will now call to order the meeting of the Omaha Planning Board. The Planning Board members that are here today are Sidney Franklin, Jeff Moore, Patrick Morris, Michael Pate, Jorge Sotolongo, Dave Rosacker is the Vice Chair, and I'm Greg Rosenbaum, Chairman. Members of the city staff that are in attendance today are Dave Fanslau, Planning Director, Eric England, Assistant Planning Director, Mike Carter, Current Planning Manager, Jennifer Taylor of the City Law Department, and Kathy Epperson is our Recording Secretary. Our rules of procedure are as follows. Notice of this hearing has been published. Copies of today's agenda are located on the table in front of us. You're welcome to come down and pick one up. The cases on the consent agenda will be heard first. Consent cases have been recommended for layover, have already been heard, or are perceived by the Planning Board to be non-controversial. Therefore, they will be read and voted on without the opportunity for you to state your opinion on the case. If you wish to have this case discussed during this hearing, you may remove the case from the consent agenda. To do so with each consent case, when each consent case is read, I will ask if anyone wants the case removed for discussion. If you do, please stand up and say so, and the case will be removed. This case will then be heard after we vote on the cases that remained on consent. When the case is heard, you'll have the opportunity to come to the podium, clearly state your name and address, and give your testimony at that time. When hearing cases on the regular agenda, the board will first hear from the applicant. After the applicant states their case, we will hear from the proponents, and then we will hear from the opponents. After both sides are heard, the public hearing will be closed, and no additional testimony will be permitted unless a board member requests additional information. When at the podium, please clearly state your name, address, and whom you are representing for the record. Your testimony is very important to us. In the interest of time and courtesy to others, please be short and to the point. We will try to limit each case to 10 minutes. Those directly involved in the case, please speak first. We request that large groups select a spokesperson to represent that group, therefore eliminating repetitive testimony. When giving testimony, please provide new information and try not to repeat what has been previously said. We do ask that all speakers and others be treated with courtesy and with respect. In that regard, please remain silent while seated, and please turn off your cell phones. Our decision to approve, deny, or continue a case made here today will be forwarded to the City Council for another public hearing and final disposition by the City Council. Conditional use permits are an exception to this rule. The board's decision made here today on conditional use permits are final and not forwarded to the City Council. Lastly, upon the advice of the Law Department, all communications to the board members from attorneys or other interested parties should be transmitted through the Planning Department so that they're made a part of the public record. The department will then transmit all that information to the board as well as to the rest of the public. A current copy of the Nebraska Open Meetings Act can be found in a white binder in this room. And before I get to the consent cases, the board has some business to take care of. Today is Sidney Franklin's last day on the board. You're completing 5 years, correct? She went through a 5-year term. This is it for her. I just wanted to say that when Sidney came on the board, her knowledge of not just parts of the city, but the entire city, her knowledge of housing, public housing, the organizations, the boards, the grants that are out there were a tremendous asset to this board. And her knowledge has been relied on many a time. Personally, I'm going to miss her. Never seen Sidney without a smile. And just going to miss her. I'll stop with that.
Greg, get over here. Thank you.
I'll open it up for any other board members that want to say anything, but,
Well, it's kind of hard to beat that,
Right.
Greg. Jeez, man, oh, man. Totally agree with what Chairman Rosenbaum said. Cindy, we're going to miss you. Your insight and your knowledge is just unbelievable. You've been such an asset to this board and to this community as well. And I know you're going to continue to do good work for the city.
Thank you.
As you move forward in your career, and I wish you nothing but the best. And, you know, we fight over, there's partitions here in these desks, and we fight over who's gonna get to sit in the petitions, so partitions, so we both do, but we're certainly gonna miss you, and I wish you all the best.
Mike.
Yes.
anyone else?
I'll just add my same comments. It's been a joy serving with you on here, and wish you the best. Know that, as you said, you won't be disappearing, so to
No.
speak. But we'll be
Not
looking
leaving
forward to
the
working
city.
further in
Yeah.
the future.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to echo everybody else's statements. Thanks for your leadership in this town. I'm proud to call you a friend and a peer in this industry. And I started a little after you had been on the board, and you really helped me get used to the process and feel comfortable. So I thank you for that. And I really look forward to all the things that you accomplish later. Thank you for heading one of the great organizations, 75 North, that was so transformative for North 30th Street and the urban core in general. So, yeah, can't wait to see what else you accomplish.
Thank you. Thanks. And I'll just share really quick. No, you're good.
It's been a pleasure working with you, and I wish you all the best moving forward. And I hope you'll stop in and see us every now and then, and tell us what we're doing wrong.
For sure.
Thank you. We'll stay in touch.
Want to say thank you to Dave Fanslaw and the mayor and the mayor's office for considering me for this appointment. Eric, for your leadership here on this board. Mr. Chairman, this has been just a really fabulous experience for me. I cannot believe it's been 5 years. I was on maternity leave at 75 North when I had my first board meeting here, and I just can't believe that it's been 5 years. And so I'm going to make some space for some new energy and insight, and you will definitely still see me. I'm not leaving the city, so thank you.
All the best.
Yep.
Anybody else? So I'm going to go first before Eric. Eric has something for you, Cindy, but I want to thank you for your service to the citizens of Omaha and to my department. You've been a great board member, and we're going to miss you on the board. Thank you for your friendship. Hopefully that will not end, and I'm sure we'll see each other around, and I wish you the best of luck, and thank you again. Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, Sydney, you know, so that we can keep this moving, I'll be short, but yeah, appreciate all your time served on the board. Really value all of what you have brought, you know, and not only our conversations here at the public meeting, but in the pre-meeting, you know, outside of work, emails, phone calls. So it's been a pleasure working with you, and obviously don't be a stranger. You know, I think you'll continue to look us up and use the resources and the connections that you've made, and we just appreciate everything that you've done. And so we do have a certificate of appreciation, so if you can join me in front, you're gonna,
You want all of us up there right now?
you know,
Yeah,
that
let's
would be
do it.
fine.
Let's
Yeah.
do it.
I don't want to be the only one that looks short up there, so.
You got the camera?
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, I'll get started with the consent agenda. If any of you guys on the consent think I'm gonna get emotional over it, it's not gonna happen, so. All right. Remember, if a case is on consent and you want to take it off consent for whatever reason, you'll have to stand up when I ask, and then we will remove that case, but, okay. Agenda item number 4, case C10-12-157, applicant Woodhouse Auto Family. It's on consent for approval. Request approval of a major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for West Dodge Point, laid over from our August 24 meeting. Location 17335 Birch Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 6, case C3-24-196, applicant The Mensch Group LLC. It is on for approval. Request approval amendment to the future land use element of the city's master plan from civic and low-density residential to low-density residential. Location 4209 and 4215 Allison Ave. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 10, case C10-2-203, C12-24-193, applicant HHVP 24 RE LLC. It is on for approval. Request preliminary and final plat approval of West Village Point replat 13, a minor plat inside city limits with approval of a major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for West Village Point. Location southeast of 180th and Burke Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Whoop. Okay. Number 10. Got it. All right, agenda item number 11, case C12-24-203, applicant Wheelhouse Development. It's on for approval. Request preliminary and final plat approval of Mapleview Replat 5, a minor plat inside city limits. Property is located within an MCC Major Commercial Corridor Overlay District. Location southwest of 90th Street and West Maple Road. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 13, case C10-24-194. Applicant Elkhorn Public Schools. It is on for approval. Request rezoning from DR and R5 to R4. Location northeast of Glen Street and Elkhorn Drive. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 14, case C10-24-195. Applicant Jacob Walden. It is on for approval. Request rezoning from R7 to GO. Location 7410 Mercy Road. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 15, case C10-24-198. Applicant Omaha Public Schools. On for approval. Request rezoning from DR to R3. Location 5050 South 51st Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 16, case C10-24-215. Applicant Brian and Lee Mueller. It is on for approval. Request rezoning from DS to CBD. Property is located within an ACI Area of Civic Importance Overlay District. Location 2226 Howard Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 17, case C10-18-15. Applicant GLR Development LLC. It is on for approval. Request approval of a major amendment to the mixed-use district development agreement for West Farm. Location southwest of Hartwood Row and Applied Parkway. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 18, case C10-24-199, C11-23-202. Applicant Salvation Army Western Division. On for approval. Request approval of a major amendment to the PUR Plan Unit Redevelopment Overlay District, along with a repeal of the ACI overlay and PUR overlay for a portion of the site. Location northwest of 24th and Pratt Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Seeing none. Agenda item number 23, case C10-24-200. Applicant Dakota Upright Limited Partner. On for approval. Request approval of the MCC Major Commercial Corridor Overlay District. Location 3401 South 84th Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 24, case C8-24-206, applicant Liz Tangi. It is on for approval. Request approval of a special use permit to allow indoor sports and recreation in the GI district. Location 13425 F Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 25, case C8-24-216, applicant Natalia Drozdova. It is on for approval. Request approval of special use permit to allow a daycare general in the R4 district. Location 7325 North 166th Avenue. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 27, case C14-24-219, applicant Douglas County, on for approval. Request approval of the vacation of 8 portions of right-of-way being parts of 190th Street and parts of Jones Street, located in Grove Ridge, a subdivision located in part of the northwest quarter of the southwest quarter, Section 20, Township 15 North, Range 11, east of the 6 p.m., Douglas County, Nebraska. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 28, case C14-24-220, applicant Planning Board, on for approval. Request approval of the vacation of the 149-foot remaining portion of a north-south alley right-of-way abutting lots 1, 2, 3, 26, 27, and 28, all in Block 2, Hawthorne Addition, Douglas County, Nebraska. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 1, case C12-23-170, applicant Keith Edquist. It is on for layover. Request final plat approval of Stargrass Acres lots 1 through 7, outlots 1 through 3, a subdivision outside city limits with a waiver to section 5399 sidewalks, 5382G pavement width, 5393 street surfacing to waive installation of curb and gutter, and 53910 streetscape standards to waive installation of street lights. Location 6820 Northern Hills Drive. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 12, case C10-24-204, C12-24-205, applicant Charles Mangiamelli. It is on for layover. Request preliminary plat approval of West Bay Woods Estates, a subdivision inside city limits with rezoning from DR to R4. Location 18222 F Street. Anyone wish to have this removed?
Question, Drew?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna remove it, I just have some questions. Is this gonna be a final approval? I just have a couple questions, so
It is on for layover.
what does that mean? So
It'll come back at a later date.
are we gonna have a
It
chance
might
to
be
talk about it?
next month or it may be months down the road, but it will come back up. No vote will be taken on it today other than to either leave it on or take it off the consent agenda.
Will questions be able to be asked about during,
Not today.
not today?
If you remove it,
You'd have to remove
if
it.
you remove it from consent, then it'll be discussed and you can ask questions at the microphone.
So right now, it's just,
It's on for layover and it'll come back at a later date.
so if I can't, so just read it now and wait till the layover or something, if I haven't get my questions answered, or?
You can take it off of,
You
take
can-
it off of consent and ask your questions today at the top.
I'd like to do that.
Okay. Number 12 will be taken off of consent. Okay. Agenda item number 22, case C11-22-44, applicant Woodsonia 3902 Dodge LLC. It is on for layover. Request approval of a major amendment to the PUR Plan Unit Redevelopment Overlay District. Location 120 North 39th Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 26, case C7-24-197. Applicant Pascal Bautista. It is on for layover. Request approval of a conditional use permit to allow religious assembly in the R6 district. Location 2902 South 20th Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Is that it? Yep, that's it for the consent cases. Do we have a motion for the cases left on consent for approval?
A motion to approve case numbers 4, 6, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 23, 24, 25, 27, and 28.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Do we have a motion for the consent cases left on for layover?
Move to layover cases.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris? Pate?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Okay, other than case 10 and 12, the rest of those cases that were left on consent, no further action will be taken today on those cases. We thank you for coming down. If you want to stay and watch the proceedings, you are welcome to do so, or you are free to leave. We'll take up agenda item number 10. Agenda item number 10, case C10-2-203, C12-24-193, applicant HHVP 24 RE LLC. Request preliminary and final plat approval of West Village Point replat 13, a minor plat inside city limits with approval of a major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for West Village Point. Location southeast of 180th and Burke Street. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Ted Zetzman, Nodal Companies, 2285 South 67th Street, on behalf of the applicant. So this project at 108, see if I can get this centered. Get that bigger. That'll capture most of it. This parcel, this 12-acre parcel in West Village Point, is one of the last undeveloped parcels in that development. The plan, I call it, includes both a current and future phase. The current phase includes a 10,000 square foot retail building, car dealership, a shine shop, car wash, as well as a future phase, potentially of a parking structure and some liner residential. We did have a neighborhood meeting last week. I would say that there were no major concerns or objections. Most of the discussion was actually revolving around traffic on Burke Street as it exists currently, and maybe desires to have a traffic signal out there. I would note that the neighborhood doesn't have a direct vehicular connection to our project, but we would be, if the warrants are met and the city wanted to have a traffic signal there, we would certainly be supportive of that. Other than that, we've reviewed all of the recommendation report, and we can comply with all those, and would agree to go ahead and work with the urban design staff on, there's a couple signage things that they wanted us to work on between now and city council, and we'd be happy to do that as well. So we're available for any questions that you might have, and appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Ted. Any other proponents? Okay, seeing none, are there any opponents? Come on down, give your name and address, and
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Dankoff. I live at 17909 Harney Street, which is right adjacent. So I was one of the neighbors at the meeting, and maybe I was misunderstood, but I was one of the one of those who objected to the fact of having a car dealership at this location, and I want to show you why. First of all, my background is in dealer operations. In my previous career, I worked all around the country in operations, financing, mergers and acquisitions for Ford Motor Credit, Ford Motor Company, and actually for Kia Credit at one time, Jaguar, blah, 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 a lot of other places. So operations for dealerships is in my wheelhouse. So I feel very confident talking about it. But this is North Dodge, and these are all the dealerships that are over there. There's 13 of them. And to me, it makes no sense to put a dealership on the south side of Dodge when all the dealerships are on the north side. It's a perfect auto mall. If any of you guys have lived in Phoenix or LA or even places like Chicago, you have giant auto malls. Texas is one that's very common, that you have a conglomerate of dealerships all together. From the standpoint of the neighborhood, where we live is that blue dot in that street. It doesn't affect us because there's a large berm that covers us, large berm right here. And there's no connection between this parcel and into our neighborhood. So I'm not anti-development. I'm actually pro-development. I'm excited to see this piece actually finally finished because it's been sitting vacant for a long time. So I'm pro-development. I just don't think it makes any sense to have a car dealership over there on the south side. And the reason is, if most of the time when we're purchasing cars, we only think about our experience going in and out. But as an operation, you have transports that come in and out at all times. You have auction vehicles, you have auction transports, you have parts, lots of parts, you have service vehicles, you have salesmen every day who take vehicles out to fill them with gas and bring them back in. So there's a lot of traffic around a dealership that's just not just, occasional buying a car and getting out. If it was a smaller dealership, maybe more of a boutique style, like we have a Bentley store in Village Point, that would make more sense to me than a high volume Kia dealership. Part of what our neighborhood is experiencing right now is this is 180th Street, and it is currently 4 lanes that go into 2 lanes. So if anybody's driven 180th about any time of day, you know that it's impossible to turn left off of Harney Street. So a lot of cars will come up through our neighborhood to avoid 180th and Pacific. My feeling is that this development, having a car dealership of all things, is only going to exasperate it, make it worse. What I'd like to see, so right now, this is the Walgreens, and if you want to turn left out of Walgreens, it's impossible. You have to come up here to Core Bank to turn left. And anybody who's tried to turn left over by Pitch Pizza knows that it's very hard to turn left. So how are you going to get any of this parcel to turn left to go back onto Dodge out on the expressway is where they want to go, is about impossible. They're all going to travel through Village Point on Burke because turning right is the only way to do it. If they do manage to turn left, it's already jammed on 180th. We were supposed to get our street widening, but I guess the streetcar pushed us back until 2029. And so we're sitting 3 years now where traffic will back up all the way past Dodge to try to turn into Village Point as it is. So if you've ever tried to turn into Village Point off of Dodge, you know what I'm talking about. So again, that's the pinch point right there. I think that's way too much volume and way too much. I think it's the dealership is in the wrong position.
Okay. Thank you, Carl.
Yep.
Any other opponents?
Hi, thank you. My name is John Hiller. I live at 335 South 178th Avenue, which is in that circle that overlooks the property, second house in from the circle. I have a couple concerns about this replat. My first concern is when I was going through the requirements for a major amendment to a replat, it talks about that as part of that, and maybe I'm not familiar with this process, so maybe this is too early in the process, but that a major amendment requires the request to be also in compliant with 55-565, which states that it should any drawing should show storm and water facilities, landscaping, green corners, as well as grading plans. Now, my concern for that is because, and I don't know, I've got a picture here to try and a couple pictures to try and describe it, but when you look at the property in question that we received along the south property line here, it doesn't really give a it doesn't really give a good description of it, but that is a hill there that's from the backyards of the houses along that border of the property, and that hill drops approximately 25 to 30 feet to get to the bottom of that, to where the car lot would be. I'm concerned about water runoff. I'm concerned about maintenance of that property behind there. As you can see, the proposal that we received shows a multifamily facility at that location, which basically doesn't allow anybody to see from the Burke Street side, but from our side you'll be able to see any maintenance that needs to be done there. So that's one of my concerns. I also have a concern about a car lot at that location. I concur with the previous speaker. I'm not opposed to development either. My whole life was spent in construction, so that was my lifeblood was growth and changes to the city. However, a car lot in that, I think, is a misuse of that property. The reason that property is still available or has not been developed is it was owned by Children's Hospital, and I'm sure you may know this, for a number of years for future expansion. They determined that was no longer necessary, so we went back on the market about 6 months ago. When I first looked at this proposal, I just did an internet search of Village Point to see what the description of Village Point shopping area was, and it calls it a dynamic area known for open shopping, dining, entertainment options, retail stores, restaurants, and luxury homes. Make it a vibrant community hub. The original development plan that was instituted in 2004 did not allow for a car lot to be installed on that without special, they did not allow for that. I think that was by intention. A car lot at this location would be would change the dynamics of the entire area, in my opinion. And having it back up to the homes along that south area, I think would be something that would be disturbing to those homeowners. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Any other opponents? That gentleman coming up. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Todd, did you want to come up, or Ted, I mean, and come up and address
Absolutely.
these
Thank you.
concerns?
Thank you. Sure. I didn't mean to miscategorize
Ted,
your.
We'll need your name
Ted
and
Zetzman,
address again.
2285 South 67th Street. Didn't mean to miscategorize your comments on the car dealership. I took those, there was mentions of several other boutique brands and other brands, and so it seemed like it was more that it was a Kia, not that it was a car dealership in itself. But I guess, I think there was some expression concerns regarding, I mentioned of transports, and I can tell you we did review the operational hours of all the facilities at the neighborhood meeting, but also in terms of the transports. This dealership does have a central location down on 370 where they receive all their transports, prep their cars, and then they would drive them to there. So there won't be transports coming in and out of this facility. As far as I would also, I'll address the berm, and there is a large berm that it is up to 40 feet. And I would actually submit, I don't know that you can actually see a lot of this area from the residential area because of that berm. And when it's built out, I'll show you the berm there and the homes. The line of sight would be very difficult to even see a lot of that. And our intention, there is a landscape buffer there, and our intention is to leave the landscape buffer and not disturb that. So in fact, I think we enhance it a little bit. We have some plantings that are planned there. And as far as, this is a new prototype store. It is very aesthetically appealing, I think, and consistent with a lot of the other buildings that are in the area. And I think that you're right. This is West Village Point, but Village Point was done a while back, and things evolve. And I think it was a good, high quality facility that would actually fit in well there. So that, I guess, happy to respond to any more questions that the board may have.
Yeah, Ted, I had a comment from John about stormwater. I know will be addressed by permits and inspections.
Correct. Oh, we have our engineer here, so I think he can address that if he would like. But we fully intend to comply with all stormwater requirements and drainage. And obviously, we don't want to have an issue. I mean, there's stormwater running down that hill anyway right now. So we would have, yes, development at the bottom of that hill. But I think if there were issues, those issues would already be evident.
Ted, just a couple questions for you. It does seem a little odd to put the car dealership there when all the other car dealerships are on the north side of West Dodge there. I think that's fairly logical to think that way. In saying that, obviously I don't oppose that, but there's also a lot of lighting that's required for these car lots, particularly at night, to avoid any kind of, for security reasons, obviously,
Sure.
Right? Can you address how you might manage the lighting so that it doesn't really interfere too much with the neighborhood?
Sure. Well, I think, again, it goes back to the berm and the elevation change. It would certainly be helpful. I think the height of our lights is still somewhere 20 feet below the top of the berm. Obviously, we'd comply with any light. There's ordinances regarding light spillage. We'd comply with all those, and it would be directed downward. We're trying not to light up any additional area.
Did the developer consider any other building other than a car dealership on that site?
So that's being driven by
pretty much an
It's being acquired. The property is being acquired by H&H. So that is.
It is?
It is. Okay. Yeah, we are working on. Yes, we are developing on behalf of the H&H group. And they've been looking up and down West Dodge for a while. H&H is a very successful dealership. They own other dealerships along West Dodge that are not in Village Point as well, and they seem to do pretty well. So I guess it's not going to be my position to tell them how to run a car dealership business. I would submit that they know that much better than I do.
Yeah, they also have a good site off of the interstate there on I-80.
Yeah,
they
do. Different zoning jurisdiction, though.
Thank you.
What's the timing plan for the residential building?
That would be a future. It would not be us. So the 10,000 square foot retail pad would be sold, and so they're in contract negotiations for it lays out like a food and beverage, and of course it's a food and beverage concept that was looking to buy the 10,000 square foot lot. H&H would own the car dealership. H&H entity would own the Shine Shop car wash, and then the residential, it could be us, it could be someone else. They could spin that off. It's a future phase.
Any additional questions for Ted? Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Can I call Ryan Haas, come up, Public Works?
Ryan Haas with the Public Works Department.
Ryan, Carl got up and he was concerned about traffic and traffic lights at about 180th and Harney. And can you speak to his concerns about all that and maybe the traffic light needed at Burke Street and what is it, Village Point Parkway or Plaza? Plaza, yeah.
So as far as the potential for traffic signals there at that intersection, that's something that it didn't appear to be recommended in the original traffic study for Village Point and West Village Point. There's signals further to the east at a couple intersections along Burke. That's not to say that it couldn't be analyzed in discussions with the applicant. We walk through the process of once it's built, if conditions have deteriorated and they feel that they would like the city to perform a study, that's something that we can go out and do a study to evaluate the need for traffic signals. And if they are warranted, then we could discuss with the adjacent associations or property owners at that time some kind of an agreement to cover the cost for construction of signals and the maintenance. Both of the side streets are private streets, not public streets and right-of-way, so it would be a private expense by either the developer or a collection of private parties adjacent.
What about the 180th and Harney? Where Carl was saying it's difficult. We've got one right at the bottom of the hill there where Burke comes out. But
So are there signals there now? Is that
there is at the bottom of the hill towards West Dodge on Burke, but in 180th and Burke.
Yeah.
I think Carl was asking about 180th and Harney, if there's ever any thought to a traffic signal there.
It'd be the same process if they felt that traffic signals could help there. They could call Public Works and request a study. We do this. It's the same process. We'd go out and evaluate the potential. There's a set of standards, federal standards, that we measure the traffic conditions and then compare those to the standards to see if signals are warranted and appropriate at any given intersection. So that's something that we could do there as well on a request basis.
I think it, I don't know, I think it'd probably be warned. You go out there anywhere between 3:30 and 6 o'clock at night trying to go south onto 180th Street to get out of that neighborhood. And where everything funnels into one lane, it's backed up clear past even Burke Street there. I know the area very well. So it's virtually impossible to get unless someone's going to let you in to do that.
Yeah.
So I think it might be warranted to at least do some sort of a preliminary study just to see if it might be warranted out there, because it is a problem.
And I know that is something that we look at a lot of times. If there is an upcoming widening project, they'll look on the corridor and see, are there any side streets that maybe project out to potentially needing traffic signals. So that could be already something that's taking place. I'm just not involved with that project, so.
Right, okay.
Thank you, Ryan. Even though that had no bearing on this case, the 180th,
Yeah.
but thank you for answering that.
Sure.
Any additional comments or questions before we hear from Eric? Eric.
Sure. I don't have too much to add. A few comments, a few things to wrap up with the mixed-use development agreement, such as Ted had mentioned, signage and just a few other items. The gentleman, Mr. Hiller, had mentioned, he didn't see it in exhibit as part of the requirements of 55-565, and we don't send all the documents out, with notifications. Sometimes these cases have 80, 90, 100 pages of materials. I don't know how many this one had specifically, but we do receive a lot more materials than what's sent out. It'd be challenging and a lot of paper, actually. So I just wanted to mention that. And, I'm not a traffic engineer, but 180th Street is, identified in the future CIP as a future project for widening. That's a number of years still off the way, but, we do recognize this area, it does get challenging between Burke Street and just north, or, just south of Pacific, I would say. So other than that, unless you have any specific questions, staff recommends approval of the major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for West Village Point, subject to submittal of acceptable mixed-use development agreement prior to City Council, and approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 5 conditions in the report, approval of the final plat subject to submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to City Council.
Do we have a motion?
I can move for the approval of a major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for West Village Point, subject to submitting an acceptable mixed-use district development agreement prior to forwarding the request to City Council, and approval of the preliminary plat subject to the following 5 conditions, and approval of the final plat subject to the conditions of preliminary plat approval and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to forwarding the request to City Council for final action.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Pate,
Yes.
Sotolongo,
Yes.
Rosacker,
Yes.
Franklin,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 7-0.
Agenda item number 12, case C10-24-204, case C12-24-205. Applicant Charles Mangiamali requests preliminary plat approval of West Bay Woods Estates, a subdivision inside city limits with rezoning from DR to R4. Location 18222 F Street. Is the applicant here?
Hello, my name is Joe Foley, 14503 Grover Street here in Omaha. We're the engineers on the project, and do want to point out the applicant is here also if you have any questions for the applicant. This is basically an existing 10-acre parcel that the applicant actually lives on, lived on for a long time. We're proposing to develop it into about 10 8/10 of an acre size lots with a private road access from the north from the existing subdivision. We're fully supportive of the layover. We're addressing the comments that we got from the city. The primary comments involve stormwater runoff. That's a pretty challenging site to handle the stormwater runoff because there's nothing really to connect into on the lower end of the site. So we're working with the city, and essentially that change is going to be when we come back before you, there'll be an outlot around the perimeter of the site that we're going to use to address the stormwater and kind of preserve the existing trees around the site. So look forward to answering any questions you might have, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other proponents?
Lucas Thode, 3727 North 108th Street, kind of speaking extemporaneously here with, obviously it's not a bad thing that things are starting to that you're starting to see infill, even if it is out west, but how much has the applicant considered on-site infiltration of that stormwater problem, as opposed to trying to just shovel it off to wherever else?
Okay.
That's all.
Gotcha.
Thanks, Luca.
Thank you, Luca. Any other proponents?
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Goschak, 3515 South 184th Avenue. I'm a board member and current vice president for the West Bay Woods Homeowners Association. I would state our position for the disposition of this property as that we support zoning for R4. However, we have concerns. Okay, most of the subdivisions in our area are R4, and we recognize that. Part of the concern is that West Bay Woods homeowners border this piece of property on all three sides of the east, west, and south, or north, I'm sorry, okay? The south border is on F Street. So there is an impact to some 24 homeowners who do border this parcel.
Joe, just a second. Did you say you're a proponent or an opponent?
We are a proponent for the zoning of R4.
Okay.
Okay, but we have some concerns with regard to how it progresses.
I got you. I didn't hear it all. Okay, thank you.
So, traffic is one concern, and I could not quite catch all the detail on the diagram, but whether traffic was being routed all through the neighborhood or out onto F Street. I'm sorry? Into the neighborhood. So there is some concern there. We already have higher traffic in our neighborhood due to the saturation from West Bay Elementary. We have heavy traffic on 180th and 192nd Street, and much of that traffic uses West Bay Woods as a shortcut and a conduit between those two busy streets. So we have seen an increase in traffic, which has presented some safety concerns for pedestrians, family, bicyclists, wildlife, et cetera. Okay, so the handling of entering and exiting of that traffic is a concern. Okay, we prefer to see it on F Street as opposed to dumping it all into the neighborhood. However, second concern is that for potential future developer to acquire the property and then perhaps not be able to end up developing it into these nicer one-acre parcel, but end up developing it into wanting to go for apartments and R6 type of zoning. Okay, we would be a definite opponent and object to that type of future zoning. Any questions?
Yeah, are you an SID?
We are not. We were annexed in the city about 2 years ago, sir.
Okay, all right, good. And you do realize there's only 10 lots platted on this, right? I mean, it could be a whole heck of a lot more than 10 lots platted on this lot.
I understand.
Right?
I understand.
So from a traffic perspective.
That's why we're in support of the plan as these 10 one-acre lots as opposed to 20 lots or 30 lots, whatever.
Yeah, but it could be. So from a traffic perspective, it could be a lot worse with 24 lots as opposed to 10 lots or 34 lots, whatever it might be.
I understand.
Right. Okay. Just want to make sure you guys understood that.
I understand.
And you're not an SID, so you don't have to
No.
worry about debt. Okay.
No.
That's all I had. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, are there any opponents?
My name is Rod Van Scoy, 3933 South 183rd Avenue. And again, like I said, I didn't know how this happened. I just want some questions and possibly get things recorded on the minutes for this. Again, like Chuck said, our main concern is the possibility of future development that could lead to apartments coming into that area. And the usage on this letter said R4 high density. That concerned a lot of people that I talked with. And I just like to again, I mean, all for Chuck, what he's going to do. I think it's a great idea. However, if it all works out, it's perfect. But in the future, possibly development of apartments there would really deter from our current housing addition. So I'd like to somehow get in the minutes recorded that currently this will not allow apartments, and any future that would have possibly for the apartments would have to go through a whole rezoning again.
Eric, I assume you'll address the high-density R4. Yeah, so he'll address that question.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other opponents? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Additional comments, questions? Oh, I can ask Joe to come back up if you want to.
Joe Foley, 14503 Grover Street in Omaha.
Is there anything you want to address from?
I would address the stormwater infiltration because that was actually a really good question. As I mentioned before, this site, basically it's the peak of a hill that slopes to the north, and there's nowhere for us to connect to an existing storm sewer on the north side. So in this development, we've been working with the city, but part of what we're going to be doing here on each one of these residential lots around the perimeter is putting in filter beds with some natural vegetation to collect some of that runoff from the lots and let it absorb into the ground instead of flowing off site. The other thing we're doing is trying to collect the runoff from the street and taking it all the way back to the south where there is an existing storm sewer, and that'll actually go through a kind of a filter bed And then large storm events should flow all the way to the south to connect into the storm sewer. So we're actually trying to do a lot of that on this site.
Any questions? All right, thank you.
No apartments. I mean, that's not any intent for apartments. It's just 10 lot.
Correct, and that's actually what I went with the R4s. Our apartments aren't allowed in R4 zoning, so this is the intent on what we want to do here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Eric?
Yeah, so I'll start with the comment about the definition of the high density. So yeah, that's a little misleading. Perhaps we should change the title of that in our zoning code. So big picture, we have Omaha's master plan. There's several large classifications. There's low-density residential, there's high-density residential, then there's office commercial, there's civic, there's open space, and industrial is pretty much your general categories. As you move beyond that into the specifics of the zoning code, it breaks up into individual base districts. There are 9 residential zoning districts that fit into either that low-density or that high-density residential master plan larger classification. So R6, R7, R8, those are the zoning districts that make up your high-density residential classification. Those allow your standard apartment buildings in much higher density. That's not what's being proposed here. So R5 and below, so you have DR and then R1, R2, R3, R4, and R5. Each of those are considered what's low-density residential in the master plan. But between those districts, they all have a different size or lot minimum requirement. So for example, an R1 zoned property is a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet, which, you know, the proposed lots, they technically would exceed that, but you don't see typically developments going to R1 or R2 these days just so they can have higher building and impervious coverages, smaller setbacks, things like that. So, but R1, for example, you can do about 2 units per acre. As you increase up to the R5, the density increases, whereas in R5, you could do about 14.5 units per acre. So they're all single-family residential, so R1, well, let's say R2, it's single-family residential, low density. R3 is single-family residential, medium density, and then R4 is single-family residential, high density. It's just, it allows smaller lots, but it's still within the overall low-density residential classification. So I know it's a little confusing how that's labeled, but for R4, you can do a minimum, you know, your single-family lots are generally 5,000 square foot minimum lot size. So what's being proposed, obviously there's much larger lots than what R4 could allow, but you heard the applicant, this is the product that they are going towards, and you know, he mentioned the stormwater and the tree mitigation. So those are the 2 concerns and items that would need to get addressed before staff could recommend approval. So with that being said, staff is recommending layover.
Okay. And Eric, one other question. We're not going to turn that out into having an entrance and exit onto F Street. I think that was a question. It's a driveway now, but we're closing that up just for safety and not taking more people through the neighborhood, correct?
That's correct. Based on the submittal that is being requested, there is not any access to and from 180th Street to these future lots. So it would all come from Nina Street on the north. There is a current stub street. Oh, sorry, F Street, not 180. Thank you. Misspoke there. But yeah, all of the traffic should be very minimal. I mean, this is, you know, 10 new additional houses surrounded by hundreds of existing homes that are in the neighborhood. So yeah, we do have some comment on how to treat that street stub because it is a private street that's proposed. So, yep.
Do you give the recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to lay over.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Morris?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker,
Yes.
Franklin,
Yes.
Moore. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 7-0.
Okay, our first case, agenda item number 2 is administrative meeting only. There will be no opportunity for public testimony. Agenda item number 2, case C10-16-287, C12-16-288. Applicant Jasper Stone, 192nd and Dodge LLC. Request final plat approval of Avenue 1, Lot 13, a subdivision inside city limits with rezoning from AG to MU. Location, south of 193rd Street and south HWS Cleveland Boulevard. Eric?
Yeah, so this is the next phase of Avenue 1, just the platting of one lot. So it's proposed for about a 9,000 square foot office commercial building. There's only a minor mixed-use amendment that is also being applied for separately from this platting request. Staff recommends approval of the rezoning from AG to MU, subject to submittal of an acceptable amendment to the mixed-use development agreement prior to City Council, and approval of the final plat, subject to the 6 conditions in the report being addressed prior to City Council.
Any additional comments, questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval of the rezoning from AG to MU, subject to submittal of an acceptable amendment to the mixed-use agreement prior to forwarding the request on to City Council, and approval of the final plat, subject to the 6 conditions outlined in the report prior to forwarding on to City Council.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Morris,
Yes.
Pate,
Yes.
Sotolongo,
Yes.
Rosacker,
Yes.
Franklin,
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 7-0.
We're going to take the next 2 cases together. Agenda item number 3, case C12-24-104, applicant Joe Visner. Request preliminary and final plat approval of Walverd subdivision, formerly Spring Grove RV Park, a minor plat outside city limits with approval of a waiver to section 5399 sidewalks and section 5393 street surfacing. Property is located within the floodway overlay district, laid over from our May 2024 meeting, and location southeast of 234th Street and West Center Road. Agenda item number 5, case C7-24-105, applicant Joe Visner. Request approval of a conditional use permit to allow a campground in the AG district. Property is located within the floodway overlay district, laid over from our May meeting. Location southeast of 234th Street and West Center Road. Eric, did you want to add anything about the recommendations?
I'll get to that later.
Okay, all right, gotcha. May we hear from the applicant, please? Is that you, Bob?
My name is Robert Peterson. I represent the applicants, Bud and John Walverd. They're present here with me and can help maybe answer any questions the board may have.
Need your address, Bob?
14747 California Street. There we go. The property here that we're requesting the conditional use permit for is for a RV park. And within that would be 58 lots. This property has been in the Walverd family since 1950-some. This is a corner of their property that is adjacent to the Elkhorn River. And they are proposing this for just a recreational park. The 58 lots would be 50 feet by 70 feet, and they'd have 10 by 25 foot pad parking. That's enough for each lot to have 2 cars. In addition, throughout the park, we have 31 other parking spaces that are available just for people to come in. The property would be maintained by the Walverds who live there. John Walverd's house is maybe a quarter of a mile from this. They will be on site with this every day. And I just want to give you a brief update of what is there. We'll have electrical services at every one of the RV lots. We will have water spigots, which are available for refilling tanks, and we will have sanitary that comes in on a regular basis to pump the pump the units. There are portable restrooms that are provided. We also have an ADA restroom, which is provided with hard surface for handicap access. As I pointed out, the managers of the park are John and Bud. They live there. They've been maintaining this property, as I said, for 75 years, and it's near and dear to their heart, so they want to do it right. Keep in mind, this is not a situation where these RVs will be coming in and out. Each RV occupant will sign a lease for a 6-month period that runs from April 15th to October 15th. They're not coming in and out. They will go in once and they will go out once. We also have basically an operation agreement for the development. And it's going to require that each RV that comes in is approved by management. It's got to be licensed and it's got to be insured. We will not allow any motorcycles, ATVs, or utility vehicles within the park. Additionally, there are no commercial uses, so we're not going to have concerts, weddings, or any group facilities down there. That's not allowed. There's no commercial allowed whatsoever. That includes a prohibition for fireworks, firearms of any kind, bow and arrows. None of that is going to be allowed pursuant to the terms of the lease. In addition, there are quiet hours that will run from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. every day of the week. And typically, we have suggested in the lease that there will not be groups of more than 10 people. They want to keep groups of less than that. One of the ways they do that is this is a gated community. The only access is going to be through a gate that the occupants, the residents there will, I shouldn't say residents, but the campers will have access to it. The only other way people get in would be their guests that they have to allow into the park. It's the intent of the owners. What they want to do is to provide a community that allows the campers to enjoy the native wildlife, the walking trails, the grasses, and the wildflowers that they have planted over the years. Now, I know there's a number of neighbors here that are concerned about the safety of the occupants. I want to address that. Primary is flooding. This is in a floodway. There are no improvements, permanent improvements that's allowed there, such as decks or any structures whatsoever. The management has also prepared an emergency action plan, which includes contact of every occupant, every person who's there, cell phones, home phones, emails for all of the occupants. The managers maintain weather radios in their homes, and they will have an NOAA weather radio app on their cell phones. So they're in contact with the weather all the time. Notice to the tenants of high water forecasts will be given if the river at Waterloo, according to the National Weather Service, which is located at Valley, if they forecast a 12-foot water reaching a level of 12 foot, then our managers will notify all of the occupants to be ready in case they have to vacate. If that's forecasted at 15 feet or greater, then all of the occupants will be required to move their RVs. If they don't move them, within the lease, our managers have the right to move them out of the park. The power will be shut off and nobody will be allowed in there until the water issue is resolved. One of the other things I wanted to note, historically, these flood events, they do have them, but most of them are in the spring when the snow melts. And, you know, we're not there. We're not there until April 15th. The neighbors also had concerns about access from West Center Road. As I pointed out, these vehicles aren't coming in every week. They're not going in and out. They're in and out one time. Access, when they open the park for the RVs to come in, is going to be staggered so that not everybody will come in there on the same date. I note some of the opponents have said, well, there's a decel lane on West Center Road for the sanctuary. Why not there? Well, the decel lane going into the sanctuary is also on a steep curve around, so you don't have sight distance. Where they have access here to 234th Street, they have access for at least a half a mile each way on a flat, straight road. So it isn't like you come around a curve and go, oh my God, there's a camper there. They can see for half a mile. They've also suggested that airboats will be a concern. Well, we do not allow airboats in the park. They're prohibited. There will not be any structures put on the Elkhorn River that will allow them to dock or promote any use of the Elkhorn by our developers. Now, our clients have reached out to the residents of the sanctuary to try to negotiate some resolution with them to their opposition, but we have not been able to do that. They've indicated that they will oppose this vigorously for whatever reason. It's important to note that the sanctuary is across the Elkhorn River. The nearest boundaries is 450 feet apart. I'd like to show you what the vision is from the entrance to the park. This is looking straight east at the sanctuary from where this RV park is. As you can see, there's no visibility in that direction. Here's another angle looking a little farther south. And finally, that is even farther south. As you go up to the river edge, here's what you see. This is at the river's edge, looking east again at the sanctuary. Whether their opposition is just because this is an RV park or whatever, as you can see, the visibility, there's no visibility back and forth either way. We do not share a common driveway with them. No common driveway, no boundary whatsoever. So we have tried to work with the neighbors. I think we have addressed every one of their concerns. This meets the requirements of the planning department, and I would request approval. Anybody got questions?
One question. You said the quiet hours would be 10 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
The operations, or the operating agreement in the,
Absolutely, yes.
it says 8 a.m.
Well,
I just want clarification on what that is.
they have changed it to 7.
Oh, have they?
Yes.
And then did you have a meeting with the neighbors?
Yes, my client had a meeting. I think John had 2 meetings. One in person. We've sent out 2 letters to him to reach out to try and discuss it. I have their response here if you want to see it. It's pretty short. You have a copy of it? Here it is. Yeah. So we've reached out to address any concerns they'd have. We have no feedback. In getting here, I'd like to point out that our clients have worked well with the planning department for months, with the State Department of Roads, Douglas County Engineer, the Game and Parks Commission, the NRD, and the Corps of Engineers. All have given us approval for this. And I guess we've gone as far as I think we can go.
I have a question. Do you have any sense of why there's opposition to the airboats?
Well, I really don't, because
Use the Elkhorn, and that's one of them.
the Elkhorn, I live close to the Elkhorn River too. The Elkhorn River is not favored by airboaters because, number one, it's where the tubers and the kayakers go, and it's too deep. Most of the airboats are over on the Platte.
Any other questions for Bob? Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Can I call John up real quick before I move on to additional proponents?
John Wolverd, 23637 Wright Street, Waterloo.
Yeah, John, just a quick question. Some of your operating agreement is very constricted. I mean, it's written out, but are you going to be able to enforce all these items in there? You know, like a fire pit. You can't burn any treated lumber in a fire pit.
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to be there to watch that sort of thing?
I believe so. Yeah, I mean, we live right there, and, you know, it's our every intent, especially getting started. Like any business, when you start that out, we're going to have to be down there with an eagle eye, make sure things are run the way we want them, make sure that we get the right people in our campground. Yeah, I don't see any problems with our plans. Definitely it will take some work, but that's what we're here for.
Yeah. All right. Any other proponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, are there any opponents?
Good afternoon. My name is John Winkler. I'm the general manager of the Papio Missouri River Natural Resources District, 8901 South 154th Street. The NRD and the City of Omaha have a 50-year history of working together on public safety, especially during flood events and flood mitigation efforts. The NRD personally has reviewed the Wolverd subdivision preliminary and final plat application, and we have provided final comments per the review letter that was sent to the Omaha Planning Department. Obviously, you know, three things, a couple have been addressed during the previous testimony. The NRD would require a reasonable evacuation plan, clearly outlining the criteria that triggers an evacuation and how the RVs would be moved in a timely manner during an emergency flood situation. Obviously, safety is a key concern here. Safety for the campers, safety of those downstream should the RVs and other debris be washed downriver, and safety of our first responders who have to respond to those events along our area rivers. It was addressed no permanent structures would be allowed. Also, RVs would need to be out of the area entirely during the winter months from October 31st until April 1st. However, the district would recommend that any approved camping be for a maximum of 7 days. This ensures the RV owners is near their camper in case evacuation is necessary. As a result of, oh, go ahead.
Say that again, John, I missed what?
It was a 7-day maximum camping.
Okay, start over with that.
Yeah, so we'd recommend 7 days camping be approved maximum, and this helps ensure the RV owner is near the camper in case evacuation is ordered. That way you're not calling them to have to show up or they're trying to move their vehicles on their own. I would note in the evacuation plan, we didn't receive the original one during the preliminary plat, but we did receive a copy. There was no muster area, so to speak, for if those campers are moved where they're taken. Typically, when you see an evacuation plan, they have a set-aside area that's out of the floodplain floodway that they can move the campers that, if the residents aren't there, that can't move them on their own, so they can't take them home. Also, with our experience with flooding for over 50 years, it has been demonstrated time and time again that RV parks can contribute to the amount of flood debris in floodwaters, increasing the risk of damage to public infrastructure, private property downstream of the park area. Consequently, the district just generally opposes these types of developments in the floodplain. As these type of developments proliferate, the NRD has introduced a legislative resolution a couple of years ago. LR 238 was introduced by Senator McDonald with the purpose to examine the location of RV parks, entertainment venues, and other recreational development and the impact of zoning regulations related to flooding and the possibility of adopting statewide floodplain rules and regulations governing this activity. We work with our other NRDs throughout the state, and it's kind of a hodgepodge of rules and regulations governing these types of activities. So we're looking to the legislature and possibly the state of Nebraska to promulgate some more rules and regulations.
John, just real quick on that. So that was a legislative resolution. No vote was taken on that, right? Just a resolution, but it hasn't been reintroduced as any kind of a law, right?
In fact, we are right now, we are researching other states, their rules and regulations, how they manage the floodplain statewide, not just relying on the individual jurisdictions. So we hopefully to be introducing something in the very near future on that. So we'll continue to work on that.
So if, in that, just to follow up with that, so if you introduce that as a bill, legislative bill, and it gets passed, is there going to be a grandfather clause in there? There always has to be, right? Yeah.
We can't hold anybody to that.
Right. Okay.
So, I'd be happy to answer any other questions you have, but as a general rule of thumb, like I said, just with our experiences with these types of developments in a floodplain, floodway. One thing about flooding, we had two 100-year flood events in the Omaha metro area in late June, in May and June. That's two. We had three 100-year events total, but the other one was on the Missouri River. And typically these things happen very quickly, very little to no notice. We've had several other parks that they're evacuating in the middle of the night. They're trying to get everybody out there. So it's a very dangerous situation. And especially when you're trying to deal with a catastrophic flood and you're trying to work around the debris and all the other things that get washed down. And it's an issue for our staff, it's an issue for the public, and especially our infrastructure, like levees, bridges, things like that. So thank you for your time.
So are you saying, just so I understand the 7-day rule thing, your organization prefers that people stay for 7 days, pack up and leave?
And then leave.
And then come back?
They can come back, but yeah, that they're there.
And the benefit of that is?
They're there to move their,
take off and go somewhere.
You know, so when they get notice, you know, and if you get notice, right? I mean, we've had rain events where we've had catastrophic flooding in a matter of a few hours. Now, if you're lucky enough to get notice, and you're lucky enough that the gauges are slowly rising, you know, then when that order is evacuated, typically in long term, those folks could be anywhere. And, you know, if you have to rely on the facility owner to move those, you know, that could take time, and you don't have time. And so that would be the big concern. All of our facilities, when we do allow RV parking or RV camping, it's for a set time, and that person has to remain with that vehicle during that whole camping experience. I know they could leave for an hour or so, but they're there.
John, I have a question. We just approved a month or two ago, in July, the one up there by Waterloo. I don't recall any testimony from the NRD regarding any of that.
Unfortunately, I was gone.
I'm sorry?
Unfortunately, I was not available to testify that day. But that's our general rules. In fact, we testified a few years ago in a facility in Valley. We went to the Valley Planning Commission, Valley City Council, and opposed that. So that's kind of my direction given by our board of directors.
Thank you.
But John, just you want RVs brought in, stay there for 7 days, then the RV goes out.
That would be our recommendation.
And then when they want to go back, they bring their RV back in.
If approved, yes. That would be our recommendation. Obviously, we don't have zoning authority, but we provide the city with, we review plats and we provide you with our best professional judgment.
Yeah, and it's just a recommendation, it's not a requirement.
We can't require you to do anything.
Sometimes you got to think.
We just make sure that, obviously with the City of Omaha relationship, we review all of your plats to make sure they comply with floodplain rules and regulations. So.
And I apologize
the 7 days, our facilities, the NRD facilities, public facility. I think Game and Parks might have a similar rule, but not for sure.
You'd expect a state park to apply by NRD rules.
No, they won't. They're not going to listen.
So, I'm sorry, just to clarify. So in that scenario, where would they go? And then when they leave, where would they go?
In the 7 day?
Yeah, in this scenario.
Well, they would return to whoever owns them. I mean, they would return to their driveway or wherever. Maybe they go to the next location where they camp. I did find in my career the RV camping is a very small community, like most, and so they go to the very best parks. But yeah, and so the 7 days is in fact, if you're there for 7 days, and our facility is the same, you can leave and re-register on another spot. But the thing, you're there. The camp, who owns the camper, is there to move it in case of an emergency, and that is the whole thing, is public safety, and to get those things out of the floodway, out of the floodplain as quickly as possible in emergency event, and that's why we do that.
Thank
I
you,
think
John.
the developer, I think the owners have a plan for that, so we'll hear from them.
That's what we ask for. Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
Any other opponents?
Is it okay to testify in a neutral capacity? Okay, well,
Sure.
Douglas County Sheriff Aaron Hansen, 3601 North 156th Street. We're going to be testifying neutral to this development. Obviously, we are very supportive of development, especially in our recreational realm here in Douglas County, especially in unincorporated Douglas County. We have a very vibrant river recreational community. However, we do have some very serious articulable concerns when it comes to the existing highway infrastructure or lack thereof, and what it will result in terms of property damage, collision, personal injury collisions, and potentially fatalities along a stretch of highway that we already are dealing with many challenges. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Community Action Team Lieutenant Tim Owens, who will go over those details.
Good afternoon. Tim Owens, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, 3601 North 156th Street. Besides being the head of the Community Action Team, I also head up our accident investigations team for the last 10 years. As everybody knows, West Center Road is our arterial highway to western Douglas County. It's seen remarkable growth over the past 2 decades that I've worked here, and that increase is continuing. When you visit out there today, you can see that growth is going to continue to some time. There's lots of open farm fields. Sand pits are always available for the nearby lakes. We also have a work group, Highway 275 work group, where we're managing this traffic incidents with the state, other public safety partners. We meet quarterly to manage this growth, to look at it and see how we're going to respond to it. The DOT in the last 3 years has recorded a 13% increase in vehicle traffic west of 204th Street along that West Center Road. It goes down to 264th Street. This 275 corridor feeds West Center Road and then goes north on 240th Street, basically into Valley. That's this area that we're talking about that's seeing this growth. And we know with an increase of vehicle density, we're going to see accidents. And our data shows that we're seeing an increase in accidents. Over the past 4 years, we've seen a 74% increase on accidents on West Center Road. Last year we investigated 40 accidents in this corridor from 204th to 264th Street. This year we've already investigated, I believe, 23. Yes, 23 to date. So looking at this from our point, just looking at this access point on West Center Road, we're dealing with a 2-lane highway speed roadway that's controlled by a stop sign. So we know what's going to cause the accidents. It's going to be your left turn accidents. 33% of all accidents, of any accidents, is usually a failure to lead, a left turn accident across the nation. The other one we know is going to be failure to yield. It's going to be those people that misjudge distance or speed coming out of the park at an intersection, which will cause the accident. Those usually are the 2 things we see with an uncontrolled east-west axis like that.
What is the speed limit there?
60, I believe, through there. As you continue, then it turns to 55 more towards Omaha, but it's 60 out there. Compounding, this would be the type of vehicle, correct? You have a towed vehicle, which is typically slower, more of a truck traffic. So that offers concerns because it's slower accelerating, which could lead to, and also with the left turns, an articulated vehicle takes longer to clear the intersection as well. So I guess our conclusions with this, we just want to see the infrastructure support this before we get too far down the road. In the past, we've seen projects that have been very beneficial where we've seen the infrastructure support on the front end, and which hasn't led to accidents, but we've also seen projects where the infrastructure wasn't improved to support the function. We have a venue that is like that, and it's led to an increase in accidents. So on the front end, we'd like to see this addressed to make sure that it works with the state, the engineers, to see if there's a possibility of signals or turn bays or anything like that that would meet the requirements on that, or even preparatory warning signs for the motorist due to this highway speed and this artillery. We'd just like to get out on front of this before we play catch up at on the back end.
West Center State Highway?
Yeah, it's State Highway 275.
So that'd be their responsibility, wouldn't it?
It would be. They would handle that. So hopefully that they've been contacted. Engineers have looked at that, the impacts to that as well. That's what we would like to address.
And that bridge, that's not wide enough to add a turn lane in the middle or anything, is it? It's just.
I'm not an engineer, but I don't. Just knowing that, I doubt you could add a turn lane there. But maybe coming from the east or acceleration lane or something.
Yeah, the bridge was relatively recently widened to get shoulders on.
Just go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's all I had. Any other questions would be great.
Well, the only problem is what John with NRD's proposing is going to create more RV traffic rather than what you want to propose, so.
Well, I don't want to limit traffic. I just want to make sure we're looking at that. We have the infrastructure to support. Whichever way you go, that's fine. I just want to make sure the roadways support that so we don't have an increase in accidents just because of the infrastructure layout in that area.
Okay. Thank you, Tim.
I'll summarize. Again, Sheriff Aaron Hansen, I'll summarize. Look, we support development. We support recreational development. This infrastructure is not ready for this yet, in my opinion. If you approve this, you are going to see more accidents. You are going to see more personal injury collisions. We're probably going to see more fatalities along that stretch. I wish the infrastructure was ready for this type of a development. It's not, but you have tough choices to make. We just need you to have eyes wide open before you make those tough choices.
Thank you. Any other opponents wishing to speak?
Troy Meyerson, 409 South 17th Street. I'm with Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and we represent the Sanctuary Homeowners Association. And I have for you a petition that's signed by 63 of the residents around the area, as well as some photos that show 3 or 4 of the floodings that have happened this year within the period of when this development would be open, as well as some memorials around the area of fatalities and everything. Mr. England, if I could bring those to you. So I know at the earlier meeting that you had at 10:30, as well as Mr. Peterson's discussions, he's talked about the Sanctuary Homeowners Association and opposition to the development, and that's correct. The Homeowners Association does oppose this development. However, if the development is going to move forward, we would ask you to require some modifications to the application to keep both the development sanitary, as well as to make a currently unsafe development safer. So I want to go through a couple items that we're particularly concerned about. So first off, I'm going to start with the proposed development, which encourages tenants to dump waste into the area or the Elkhorn River. And Mr. Peterson referenced the reference in the application talking about using a licensed service for a fee. So they're going to encourage all 58 of these tenants whose lots are going to be populated for 6 months to hopefully enter into contract with a licensed party to come and service each RV by taking out both gray and black water. That's not a service that's provided by the development. It's a service that they say will be made available. We would strongly encourage you, if you approve this development, to require that this service be provided at no additional cost to all of the RV owners. And furthermore, to require that that be made available at least twice a week. And the reason for that is, just like the city, within city limits, I understand that in SIDs it's different, but within city limits doesn't have garbage service that's available and encouraged. It has garbage service that is made available to all residents, because we know that not everybody is going to elect to choose to purchase that service. They're going to take an easier route. And that easier route, or more convenient route, or pressing need, right? Forgot to get somebody to come in, need to take a shower, my gray tank is full, what are they going to do? They don't have this service, or this service only comes once a week. That's not sanitary, and that's not a solution. Hope is not a solution. So we would ask that if you accept this application, that you at least require that that be provided. Now, obviously, that cost gets passed on to the individual. We understand that. But if it's available and it's not, if it's available at no cost, then we know it's going to get done. And then we know that it's not going to be unsanitary, because the service is regular and it's being provided. Number two, and this has been talked about by the sheriff, I want to show you, so this right here is the entrance to the sanctuary. And you'll see you've got this rounded entrance, and then you've got the acceleration and deceleration lanes for the sanctuary. Now, if you look at this looks strikingly similar to the sanctuary. It just happens to be just on the other side of the river, right? You have this area, which is 234th. This is where the RV park is going to be. However, you just have the two-lane poor infrastructure that the sheriff was just talking about is going to create fatalities, accidents, all of that. So I'm going to give you just some quick images of, right here, this is that 234th. Pretty hard to see when you come out of it.
So are we looking towards the river there, right?
Yes.
Yes. So again, what we would request is, if you're going to approve this, then require that the infrastructure be improved to protect these, not only, and I think all I've heard talked about is these RVs coming in and out. But keep in mind, there's discussion of up to 10, and that's under the operating agreement. If everybody follows the operating agreement on busy weekends, or maybe every weekend, you're going to have at least 600 people coming in and out of there. And that's if everybody follows that rule. My guess would be not everybody follows every rule, so you might have more than that. coming in and out of that. That infrastructure does not protect those individuals, whether they're cars or RVs coming in and out. And so we would ask that you require that the infrastructure be improved. That was done just across the river for the development for the sanctuary. There's no reason why this development, which is being requested, couldn't also put in that infrastructure to protect citizens.
Who paid for those improvements to the infrastructure in the for the sanctuary?
The developer.
That's what I thought.
Okay, third comment is that there's a child safety concern here. The applicant talks about how this is going to be a family-friendly RV park with access to the river. Let's see, next. So this is sort of, I'm sorry, it's sort of dark there, so it's hard to see the depth, but this is very steep. The access for this is not easy to get in and out of the river. And as a result of that, to the developer's credit, they've suggested that the only place that families get in and out of the river is in this yellow section, okay? Now the Elkhorn River, you'll see the arrows are pointing, the arrows point this way. So the stream is running from here to here on the Elkhorn River. So we're gonna put in at the very end of the development, this is where the kids are gonna be getting in or trying to get out. We believe that this is not a safe and family-friendly design. If you miss this area, you're going to continue on. And now you have families and kids who, there isn't like, I missed it, somebody can grab me here, here, here. If there was something over here, you'd be able to have some help along the way. This gives a one shot and done sort of scenario, which we don't believe is a very good plan. If this is supposed to be family friendly, where we're going to have kids jumping in and all of that, doesn't really seem to cater towards that. So again, we would ask you to ask them to redesign this so that that intake and outtake is at a different area. And lastly, Mr. Winkler from the NRD talked about his concerns about the length of stay, right? And there was some back and forth. So really what this is, what they're proposing is almost like a 6-month second home, right? I could be from Columbus, I could be from Fremont, I could be from Norfolk. I leave my RV parked here for 6 months, and when it's convenient, I come in and out, right? I come in and out in my car, I don't come in and out with my RV, but the administration or the action plan is designed for an immediate removal if there's, like Mr. Winkler said, there's oftentimes very little time to react in case of a flood. This action plan is not protecting against those RVs being washed away and floating down the river. Just like Mr. Winkler suggested, this plan should, the tendency, if it were shorter, like the NRD suggests, 7 days or less, then people would stay with their RVs. They wouldn't leave their RVs. And when they leave, they would take their RVs. They wouldn't go home to Columbus or go home to Sioux City or even, La Vista. It's still an hour, hour and a half away, and you're asking people to come back in inclement weather, dangerous weather, to come get their RV and take it away. That's not a good plan. This plan also does not talk in any regard about tornadoes. And we know, we just went through pretty serious tornado, and there are no permanent shelters, which aren't allowed in a floodway. That's why this maybe isn't the best idea for a floodway. But there's no accountability for what happens in the event of a tornado. There's also discussion that they're going to, and jumping back to the flood situation, they're going to remove 20, 30, 40, 50 RVs. If they don't get removed in that hour or hour and a half, it's unrealistic. I'm not really sure how they think that they're going to remove all of these RVs that are potentially there for 6 months. Some people will be there, but if it's a 6-month tenancy, it's really guaranteed that there will be a meaningful number, if not more than, I'll just say a meaningful number, you can guess how many you think that will be, who aren't going to be there, and there's not a realistic way that this owner is going to be able to remove those RVs. So if you approve this, which again, we would suggest that it's not a good plan and that you shouldn't approve it, but if you approve it, then we would ask that you support Mr. Winkler's recommendation that the tenancies be 7 days or less. That will require that people stay with their RVs. And then I would also ask you to require, before you approve it, that there be a reasonable plan for in the event of a tornado. That's not addressed, and that's a real life issue that we should be protecting against. So, in conclusion, we would request that you require that the applicant provide service from a licensed vendor to pump sanitary waste from each RV at no additional cost at least 2 times per week, that you require that the applicant install an acceleration and deceleration lane similar to the one that's the next right over going east on West Center Road. That will protect people coming in and out of this RV park. We would ask that you require a redesign of the property for an access point, not at the southernmost point where it's a one shot and done type scenario for kids and families. We would ask that the tenancy be 7 days or less so that people stay with their RVs and don't use it as a second home and leave because it's a 6-month tenancy. And then lastly, we would ask that you require that a reasonable action plan be provided that addresses a tornado situation for residents and visitors.
Can I ask you a question on that?
You bet.
As we know, tornadoes can pop up at any time, anywhere, any place, right? Around here.
Yeah.
You get some advance warning, but you just don't, and you never know what direction they might be heading. So,
yeah.
And there are some people that say it's not a good idea to get in a vehicle or to move around in a tornado, to stay put and shelter in place wherever you can. So what is, I understand the need for a plan, what you're asking for, but what's to ensure that if they move the vehicle or the RV to a place, some other place, that it's not going to get hit by the tornado there?
Well,
Right?
there's
It's mobile, right?
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
you don't know where the tornado is going to go from one
Sure,
place to another.
sure.
And it happens so quickly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I appreciate the concern for safety, and I share that with you, but I don't know that in a tornado situation that there's an easy answer to that, because you just don't know what direction the tornado might head.
Well, was that a rhetorical question, or would you like to?
You can respond if you want to.
Okay.
With that, but it doesn't require a response. It's just an editorial comment from me.
Sure. I mean, one comment I would make, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
I'm not a tornado expert, and I don't pretend to be, but there's no option provided here. This gentleman has said that he has a bunch of land around here, and he lives close, and he's going to be here all the time. There should potentially be some, and I don't have a suggestion, I don't have an exact suggestion for you, but I think if we have an action plan, hope shouldn't be the response for the tornado. We should have some reasonable way to protect these folks. If this wasn't in the floodway, we'd require that they build a tornado shelter. Since it's in the floodway, we can't put a permanent structure, so now there's a little bit of a catch-22. Maybe it shouldn't be in the floodway and we should protect these people, but if they're gonna put it in the floodway, they should at least have a solution other than, well, you let me put it in a floodway, so I hope they don't get injured. That's all.
Fair enough.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you, Troy.
Okay, appreciate your consideration.
You bet. Any other opponents?
Good afternoon. Excuse me, Martin Pelster, 2120 South 72nd Street, suite number 1200, Omaha, Nebraska, on behalf of C.L. Werner and Rachel Werner, who own a residence just immediately across the river from the proposed park. In order to avoid duplicative arguments, I did talk to Mr. Meyerson about the arguments he was going to make, trying to avoid making duplicate arguments. But I wanted to give you some perspective as from a former camper owner, and some of the deficiencies that I see in their plan. You kind of got to understand how campers work, both on the sewage and plumbing side, but also on the evacuation side, so you can get a good sense of what their deficiencies are. If I could just take a show of hands, do any of the board members own campers? Were you former camper owners like I am? Well, you'll know that I'm a former camper owner, just like a boat owner. The best 2 days of your life are the day that you get your camper and the day that you sell your camper. A lot of fun, but they're also a lot of work. So anyway, with that, Mr. Meyerson he made some comments about gray tanks and black tanks. In order to kind of understand, let me explain how those work. So in a camper, you have basically 3 holding tanks. You have your freshwater tank, you have your gray tank that collects your shower water, your water from your sink, things of that nature, just your wastewater. And then you have your black tank, which collects your human waste, the sanitary sewage. So all those things need to be collected and somehow need to be disposed of. So every gallon of water in your camper needs to go out one of those 2 tanks. Now, the more water you use, obviously, the quicker those tanks fill up. So in this situation, they're talking about using a pumping service to take out the waste. Well, okay, number one, how often are you going to do that? If you're there for a 6-month period, it seems to me you need to do it at least twice a week. But you know, it kind of depends on the size of the campsite of the camper and the size of the tanks, and they all vary. Now, the plan that they propose doesn't specify how often they're going to do that, and they talk about you know, providing a pump that the resident or the owner of the camper is going to have to do the pumping. That is not a workable situation because you have very inconsistent results on that, and they're not always going to empty their campers. So a lot of campsites, when you bring your camper in, which you fill up with water, and then when you take your sewage out, but they provide pumping stations or dumping stations when you leave. And then the owner is responsible for the sewage and getting that sewage out of there. So what I'm suggesting is that what I've seen in my experience in the 15 years I own a camper is that when they don't provide, most camping sites will provide showers, okay, so that you don't have to use the water in your camper and take showers. You're always trying to conserve water when you're in your camper because you don't want to have to move that camper in order to dump it. So when a normal campsite, a state campsite, typically what you do is come in and you fill up your tanks, and your black and gray tanks are empty, and you use water sparingly. You use the showers that they provide, and typically you're going to have to empty those tanks every few days, even with the limited water that you use. And particularly if you're going to use showers, you're going to be using a lot of water. Your gray tank is going to fill up quickly, a lot quicker than your black tank. And you're going to be needing to empty those tanks on a very, very regular basis. And so it behooves you to make sure that you have adequate pumping services or adequate means of getting rid of that waste. What I've seen in my experience, once in a while, you will run into people that the gray tank will fill up quicker, and they need to empty that tank. They don't want to move that camper, because when you move a camper, you got to put everything away inside. You got to pull your sliding rooms that go in and out. You got to pull them in, take it off the jacks, pull it up to the dump site, dump it, bring it back, reset it. Reset your camper. It takes a lot of time. It's a lot of work. You don't want to do that when you're trying to have a good time. So sometimes I've seen people will take their gray tank, they will dump that gray tank on the ground. Now, they think that it is not waste, but it is, because there are detergents, there's soap in there, and in this situation, it's even worse because you're right next to the river, okay? It's bad enough getting into the groundwater, but here you're gonna get waste in the river. So I think that it is very important that you look at the waste disposal plan that they have. It is deficient in the way they want to handle it. If you are going to allow this application in this park, you need to make sure that there's an adequate plan to get rid of that service or that waste, and it needs to be done by the applicant, not the tenants. They need to provide this service, and it needs to be provided at no cost to the tenant. The other issue that, by the way, I did contact one of the previous applications. I think it was the April rec report, contained some information about what pumping service they were going to use for this project. They identified Two Rivers Pumping Service. I contacted Two Rivers Pumping Service, talked to a representative there. He indicated they had not been engaged to do this, to provide this service for this project, that they don't typically provide this service to campsites, but they probably could. But some of the insights he gave to me on how the service works, kind of points to another deficiency that they have in their plan. So this guy told me that they vacuum when they do this, they vacuum the systems out. So they hook a hose up and they suck it out of the gray and black tanks. What he runs into there is if the owner of the camper is not present, they don't know if the owner of the camper has properly vented the system, meaning that they could be sucking things out. If the vents are not open, then they could collapse those tanks. So from a timing standpoint of when the pumping service comes through, they want the people to be there because they want to know that they're not going to collapse those tanks. I don't think that the applicant has really thought that through and how they're going to do that, but I don't think the service or the plan that they have is workable because of that problem. The other issue is, now, I don't think, it's my suggestion that you don't approve this project at all. But like Mr. Myerson said, if you're going to do it, then it should be on a limited basis, and I join in all those arguments. Mr. Winkler and the sheriff made compelling arguments not to allow this project at all. But if you're going to allow it on a limited basis, like a 7-day basis, the owner still has to have a plan of what these people are going to do with their waste. When they pull that camper out of the site, where are they going to go with it? There's no, when you pull your camper out of a state park or NRD park or any other campsite, they provide dump sites for those campers. So you can leave that, dump your waste, go home, and you're fine. In this situation, if you're going to have a 7-day stay, where are they going to take their waste? You're going to find a lot of people might just be going down the gravel road and trying to dump this in the ditch.
Martin?
Even with a 7-day stay, you still have to have a plan.
Martin, I'm going to cut you off unless you got some new information for us, because everybody's kind of gone over that.
I just got one other issue.
Okay.
With respect to the evacuation plan, one thing that they don't address is how are they going to get access to the campers. These campers, you don't just back up to them and hook them onto a truck and take them out. They got to have access to the inside of the camper because they got to pull in all the slides. They got to take their jacks off. All those connections and all those buttons are located inside the campers or inside the storage facility. So that is something they haven't thought through in terms of trying to get the campers out. All those arguments about the campers not being present are valid arguments and compelling arguments. This is one they haven't really thought through, that how are they going to get access to these campers? How are they going to move them? I would submit to you that they will not be able to. They'll be locked up. So they won't be able to. But anyway, I would request that you, on behalf of my clients, request that you deny the application. If you are going to allow, definitely need to be working on some of the evacuation plans or sewage treatment plans, sewage waste disposal plans, and allow it only
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other opponents? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Bob, did you want to come up and address quite a few issues here? Bob, we need your address again.
The safety issue regarding the turn-in off of West Center Road, obviously, we don't have any control. That's a state highway. And we've worked with the Department of Roads over several months here because they wanted part of Wright Street vacated as part of this project, and it was required. State Department of Roads had no problem with this access. Nothing came up from this way for several weeks. As I pointed out, when you look at the overhead of this, there's a significant straight highway there. People are paying attention. I mean, they can see this intersection. It's not like Sanctuary where you're coming downhill and you're going around a curve. You don't have that kind of vision. I think if this is an issue, we'd have heard it with the Department of Roads when we were working with them. And as far as the question about people getting their motorhome or their RV out of there in the event of an emergency, flood emergency. Most of these flood emergencies or these flood notices, they come out from the Weather Bureau, and they're telling us 12 hours, 24 hours in advance. And I can only speak for myself. If I have a $40,000 camper that I think might be underwater in 10 hours, I'm going to get there, and I'm going to move it. I mean, the example was given here, well, what about somebody from Norfolk, Nebraska, getting back to get their camper? I can't imagine anybody living in Norfolk want to come down here and put a camper in an RV park next to Omaha. As far as tornadoes are concerned, the tornado siren is less than a mile. It's up on the hill. So whether you're in a house or whether you're in an RV, you're going to get the same notice as everybody else does. I don't know if you outrun a tornado or you build it. And I've heard two things that I think are so inconsistent. On the one hand, they're concerned about traffic in and out. And on the other hand, they're saying spend 7 days, take your camper out, and then come back. And that's certainly going to increase traffic out there. It's going to, if they're concerned about accidents, that doesn't make any sense to me. And as far as the gray water and black water is concerned, we're not suggesting that the camper residents line up their own pumping. This pumping, as they propose, will be every Monday morning. They don't know how often it's got to be, but they will have a pumper there. The people who get pumped are going to have to pay for it. Ultimately, if it's a big issue, we could build the cost in the part of the lease. So this is just a service that, we provide as part of your lease. That's
So,
not a big issue.
can I just follow up with that statement you said? You said the people who get it pumped, wouldn't everybody be required to get pumped?
Well, if they are there and they need to be pumped, I mean, if you go and somebody hasn't used their camper for a week, I don't know that they're going to, why would they pump?
But you'd make it a requirement for people that are there to get pumped
Oh, yes.
on a month or a weekly basis, right?
The pumping trucks, and they say, well, we haven't talked to Two Rivers. Well, we haven't engaged Two Rivers. There's Two Rivers. Gary Cooper is there. There's one at Yates. There's SNS Pumping. I mean, there's multiple pumping services.
Yeah.
We have not engaged one to say be there every day.
And I agree with what you said, though. I think it would be important for you to make it part of the lease that you require them to have it pumped when they're there, build it into the price of the lease, make sure that it's done on a weekly basis or however long, or how many times it needs to be done. Dave would probably know better than I do. Okay? I would certainly recommend you do that.
I have a question about the pumping as well. Do you know of any penalty for pumping either in the river or on the grounds itself? Is that a penalty that would be implemented by the park owner? Would it be stipulated in any lease? And then my question, I guess, would be to Eric as well, if there is any penalty from the municipalities for dumping.
To answer your question directly, yes, there is a lease. They have to follow the park rules, and if they don't, they're kicked out. They're removed from the park. It's that simple. I mean, these people are going to make a significant investment in this. It is still their property. It's not the residents' property. It's theirs. So they've got every reason to make certain that the rules are adhered to.
I agree.
And-
I think, steep penalties can prevent any unwanted behavior, and I think that would be important in this case, considering it's by a river that affects surrounding communities, so.
Yeah, I mean, that comment kind of shocked me. I can't imagine
Well,
that, but
One, I don't know, I'm all about privacy, so I'm not sure I believe my own statement that I'm about to make here, but would video surveillance be a possibility too, just in certain areas of the campgrounds, just to make sure that everything is being?
put up cameras?
Yeah.
I don't think that's an issue, is
From
it?
a practical sense, you got a bunch of neighbors that are gonna see it, and they aren't gonna want it.
Yeah.
As long
that's
as
what
we're
I'm-
not
that's what I'm
shooting
thinking.
one through
I don't
window.
think I'd want it, but
Certainly
just
at
trying to
the,
think of
at the
solutions that
entrance,
might work.
at the entrance, we could put one in, and around the restrooms, I presume that would be a,
Bob, do your clients have experience designing an RV park and managing an RV park? Have they done this before?
no. They're,
Do they have a, maybe I should just ask you guys, I mean, do they have a professional, or who is helping them design it? Are they gonna be hiring a professional management company to manage this, or will they be self-managing it?
they are going to management. As I indicated, John lives a quarter of a mile. They'll be performing the mowing.
There just seems like there's a lot here that is kind of concerning, that things aren't being thought through. I mean,
I don't
just
know.
the plan of like, if you have 10 RVs sitting there, and let's say they're Omaha people, but they're on vacation and their RVs are sitting there, what's the plan for getting all of those RVs off the property if a flood is coming or a tornado is coming? Or I just have a hard time thinking through.
Well,
the
if you
management
look
side.
here, I mean, Wright Street goes up to John's house. This is elevated here, and if there's a flood event, Center Street is also up higher. When they had a flood, that wasn't flooded, Center Street. If nothing else, they can, if we're simply getting RVs out of the park, I mean, they can line them up on Wright Street. That's the entrance to John's house, which is up out of the flood.
Just the two of them?
Pardon?
Just the two of them would do that?
Well, I don't, as I said, I can't imagine anybody who has a $40,000 RV, if it's in a floodplain, they're not going to be interested in getting it out of there. I know I would be.
Yeah, I'm guessing most people reside there.
That's what I was going to ask, Mike. Are this weekend kind of people? I'm not a camper, so I don't know. So if it's weekend and they come back,
Probably mostly.
so if it's every Monday that they're going to get the station or get the pumping done, don't they have to be there to have the pumping done? If it's a weekend and they go home on Sunday, when does that get pumped if they're kind of weekend campers? And I still have questions about moving those vehicles out of there because, if, let's say that they're pulling one out and they somehow hit a turn or it goes off the embankment and rolls that, who's responsible for that? I mean, I'm sure they've got insurance on it on their own, but as somebody in insurance, I'm going to start asking questions about, did you have permission to move it, or how did it happen? And so is there, coverage? That
There
they're gonna-
will be a provision in the lease agreement.
To be able to move it?
Yes.
Okay, and and again, if it's mostly probably Omaha people, they might be able to get down there pretty quickly and get their units out of there, I would imagine, but maybe not everybody.
Right. I mean, we can see from the weather services, I mean, when the Missouri River is going to rise to 24 feet, we usually get that information 48 hours before it gets here.
Yeah, I mean, it happens where we can get a 7 or 8 inch rain just over, you know, a 10-hour period, and all of a sudden we've got a mess, you know, and maybe people weren't kind of ready for that.
I'm not
I've got
saying it's
concerns about it.
impossible, you know,
course.
but, I mean,
The tornado plan, I mean, that's.
we have to rely on the weather service.
Well, we have to rely on weather service, we have to rely on people to come get the units, we have to rely on the applicants to move the units if they're not gonna, you know, come down and get them. And there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to rely on to make sure that these don't wind up in the river. I mean, there's.
Well, I don't know, I had some other notes here, but I don't know, there's only so much we can do. We want to have a place where people can go and enjoy Mother Nature. And this is an excellent place for them to do that.
I think the intentions are great. I'm very concerned about the overall management of it and the experience of them managing something like this.
Well, they've managed their farm fed the animals and raised the flowers and the trees. They've done that for a long time. You know, all I can say is these people, they want to provide a nice park. They want to run it right. They're going to have the right people in it. If they need help, certainly they're not going to let the park and their investment go down the river. They're going to get it. I mean, do they have every single answer here? I don't know. You have a lot of questions that maybe we can't answer. But these people are responsible. They're responsible for their land, and they're good at it. And this is still going to be their land. And I can only imagine they're going to take care of it.
Bob, what about, Troy asked about the child safety, the location of the river access. Was that
Well, that's
determined
to be
by-
coordinated with the Corps of Engineers. They've talked to the Corps of Engineers about that. They're
Is
the
that
ones.
where they wanted it, was down at the
I
south end?
think that's what
or-
it's suggested, wasn't it?
Yeah, when I had discussions with them, that was,
Oh, wait a sec.
we may be
John,
able to-
come on up. John, come on up again and then give your name and address again.
John Wolverd, 23637 Wright Street, Waterloo, Nebraska. So, yeah, I had discussions with the lady from the Corps was out there on the property with me. You know, we picked the spot that we did because it was a good spot along the bank to make such an entrance area. Could something be done on the top end of the park? Possibly. I mean, we just didn't discuss that. Talking about missing their spot to get out of, gosh, the same thing could be said for somebody that's floating down and is going to get out at the NRD there at Dodge Street. If they miss that, well, there's nothing else down below that either. Those were some kind of far-fetched things. I think that I just, you know, and we're going to follow the same rules as the NRD. You're not going to be in the river when it's over 5 feet. It's a safety thing, you know, that river's not, they're not going to be out there when it's in a dangerous condition. A lot of these things are just hypotheticals that are, I mean, we have to be ready for everything, yes, but it's just a little too much for me. As far as the flood concerns also, we've talked about, these are high banks. This is a spot on the river that the water isn't out. It's not the first place the water goes out. There's several places up and downstream where the water backs out of the river first, long before it does in this area. That's part of why this area is a good place to have this. This is not, like you think about Vincel's Island, it's clear down to the south of us there. It's a pretty low point between the Elkhorn and Platte. They get cut off down there, and it's a long ways out. This is a great reason to have it where we're doing it. It's right next to the highway, easy access, quick out of there, and it is a high spot along the river. It's not inundated with water, you know, very often. As far as during the summertime, really, we don't have that. There, you know, it's been ice jams or what bring the water up very quickly. a flood event during the June, July period, they are more predictable. That water rises much slower. And yes, there's not a lot of time, but there's enough time to do what we've planned.
I appreciate my fellow board members' concern for the management issue. I don't necessarily share that opinion. I think you guys are responsible individuals. I think you know how to manage things, right? Now, not having no experience in managing a campground, you're going to learn probably quite a bit along the way, right? I mean, we all do when we start out in a new venture like this.
You bet.
So the question for you is, why do you want to do this?
What's that?
Why do you want to do this?
Maybe you didn't get one of the things that I'd sent into the planning department. This diversification of our operation. That's, we've worked, we had livestock on the farm for years. We've kind of worked away from livestock, but we still got the crops. And that's always been an area down there we get asked all the time. Why don't you guys have something down there? That's, it's a neat area. It's a great place, accessible. And so, yeah, we've decided to diversify a little bit. Farming goes up and down, up and down. We're looking for something that kind of gives us a steady income. As far as management, I'm sure there's management companies out there. Just what I've learned, we've been working on this for a couple of years now, and I've had to learn a lot on the fly. But you know what? When you learn it yourself, you know it, you're responsible for it. And same will come with the management part. We've thought through a lot of these things. We really, really have. And yeah, we want to get the right kind of people there. I don't know that I can trust a management firm to do that for me either. I know I can do it. I know my brother can do it. So we've got confidence in ourselves.
How are you going to vet your tenants? How are you going to vet them? Are you doing credit checks? Are you doing background checks? What do you? You say you want the right kind of people in there. I don't know what.
Well, yeah, that's going to be something to find out too. Some of it lies within our rules. I mean, we've got some pretty strict rules. A lot of people are going to look at that and say, I don't want to be that restricted. I don't want to be in a place like that. We've communicated in some other literature, and like I say, maybe you didn't get it, but I know I sent it into the planning department. We are not a party place. This is a place to come out, enjoy yourselves. We're working hard to bring nature into this area. I mean, it's already there, but we're trying to nurture it even more to be that kind of place. We're looking for nature lovers. I mean, that's, and I think when people are looking at that, they'll see that. They'll understand that that's the kind of place we've got. As far as some questions about the owners getting out there to take care of their RVs, we are pretty sure that most of our owners will be from the Omaha area. It's, like I say, it's a great quick shot out there. They can enjoy it. I can't imagine there'd be too many people from far out of town that would come closer to Omaha to get this. We're the closest place out of Omaha. So I think, hope I've addressed some things. Anything else?
John, do you already have people wanting to sign up with you? Or is it just way too early for that?
It's kind of early, but yeah, we've had a lot of people that have heard about through the grapevine, and they're like, where do we sign up? But it's like, no, we're not ready. We gotta get through a lot of things.
How many people you might be talking
of
have contacted you about it?
Over the last couple of years, probably 20.
Oh, yeah.
So, and that's without any advertising or that's just word of mouth. So.
I have no doubt that there's a need for it. I mean, you look at Cunningham Lake, it's leased out all the time. What's your opinion on the question about 7-day leases versus, just wondering what your thoughts are.
We kind of got bushwhacked by that one. I've been in touch with some other people at the NRD and never heard anything about this. You guys approved another campground 2 months ago. You didn't hear anything about it. He said that he wasn't in town that time, but he could have sent out the information. I'm kind of flabbergasted by that. I get where they're safety's on the top of their mind, but I mean, we look up and down the Elkhorn and Platte Rivers, this has been done over and over again. And
That's a totally different.
we're bearing a little.
Yeah.
It's like a campground.
I was just, was more interested just on your opinion of it, but.
I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, I think it's overkill, and like I say, it adds to the safety problems with the roads and stuff. It's not the, that's not the population we're trying to reach. So, yeah. Just one other thing that we're kind of getting thrown on our backs is what has gone on in other places along the river. The rules have been in place for years. No additions, no, nothing added on, nothing that can float away. But unfortunately, between the NRD or the county, whoever, they have not kept up on those, and the owners too. They have not forced those issues to be taken care of. And now people are looking at us and say, well, what do you, no, that's our whole deal. This is, come October 15th, this is going to look just like it did April 14th before they moved in. That's, that's just the way it's going to be. And it's going to be part of our conditional use permit.
Yeah.
So there's really shouldn't be any argument or thought about it. So, yeah.
Any
Okay.
additional
Thank you.
questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
Guys.
Do you have anything else?
Thanks, Robert. I don't think so, Bob.
Thank you.
Before we hear from Eric, any additional comments, questions?
The only comment I'll make is that just a, and I know you guys know this, you were here, but we approved a very similar project to this 2 months ago. And, if we decide either to lay it over or decline it, it'd be inconsistent with what we did 2 months ago, because it's a very, very similar project. So I just bring that up just for point of reference.
My question, so I voiced my concerns, but I mean, one of these approvals is a conditional use permit. So down the line, if there are issues, we have that to hold over the applicants, correct?
Okay, Eric?
Okay. Obviously, there's a lot there. I'll touch on a few items. We can definitely bring Public Works up to speak for the traffic and access to and from the site. Obviously, we discussed some of that in the pre-meeting. When we receive planning board applications, we have a DRC, it's Development Review Committee. There's probably 25 to 30 agencies, organizations that receive all of our planning board cases. A couple of those today testified, Douglas County Sheriff's Office and the NRD, but the school districts, you know how this works. But we did not receive comments, and they are recipients of the information from Nebraska Department of Transportation, Douglas County Engineers Office. Obviously, Douglas County Engineers Office did have a few comments, but nothing related to providing infrastructure, decel lanes, things like that. So there was just a few comments about, coordinating access, permitting, things like that. So, I'll defer to Public Works regarding any questions about that, but I just wanted to point that out. As far as storm shelters, campgrounds is not one of the uses that's required to have storm shelters, either in the zoning code or in our building code. So I confirmed that with our superintendent of permits and inspections here, just to make sure that all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted. So that is not a required requirement for campgrounds. No. Obviously, we want safe actions, but when you talk about tornadoes, I think most of us were here back in late April, and that thing could have shifted a quarter mile to the east, and we're talking thousands of more homes demolished. Obviously Mother Nature can be very random, so I left work about 3 p.m. that day, and I was headed straight out on West Dodge as the tornado was just a couple miles further west. So I mean, it was chaotic. It was hectic. Nobody knows which direction it was going. So I mean, you can only plan for that so much. Obviously, with the floodway and potential flooding, that is maybe a bit more predictable, of course. So, you know, staff is comfortable with the life safety and evacuation plan that's been proposed, but obviously a lot of good commentary on both sides today. Just an idea, not an official recommendation, just something I was thinking of. You know, perhaps there could be a zip code restriction, you know, certain zip codes if you're going to, you know, lease one of these pad sites to make sure it's not, you know, somebody out in Columbus or Norfolk, as unlikely that may be. I mean, that could easily be factored into the lease agreement for the zip codes in the metropolitan area. The gray water dumping, I am not an expert. When I was growing up, we did a lot of tent camping, and now I'm more of a hotel guy. So, but fortunately, we have a phone a friend. The guy behind me does have an RV, and he does utilize the facility, not in this jurisdiction. So he's taught us a lot, and you know, and helps us out regarding all the different, you know, the tanks and stuff that Marty went through in some detail. We did not look into if somebody were to dump gray water. So let's say that's water from the shower, let's say that's water from the sink, water from, you know, if you're brushing your teeth, but, you know, we didn't look into that. I don't know if there's any component in Public Works Environmental that would get into that details. I highly doubt there's anything in our department in permits and inspections, but because really, you know, the submittal and the operations plan was talking about pumping that out. So, you know, you can only deal with so many hypotheticals as we go through all of these cases on a month-to-month basis. We would be fine with the quiet hour starting at going to 7 a.m. rather than 8 a.m. That's kind of consistent with the zoning code, the section that we have on sound and things like that. But obviously it should be clarified and incorporated in, but I jotted that down. And then, you know, just kind of to reiterate what Board Member Pate just stated, we just had a very similar request and approval just 2 miles to the north on the west side of the Elkhorn River that that gentleman does not have experience in campgrounds. He has a very similar very similar layout, and that was approved. We did not receive, you know, commentary about limiting the number of days. You know, that was originally laid over a couple times in 2022, came back this year. This one obviously was laid over twice earlier this year, and this is the first time that we had received that comment. So, I mean, I think it's something to consider and have conversations with the NRD and our partners there, but we didn't think it was fair to change our recommendation at this late juncture. So I guess that's what I have right now. Do you have questions for me? Do you want to get into specifics on the two different cases? Do you want to speak to Public Works?
You were going to address the ADA bathroom. That's in the report.
Yeah, so my apologies. There was a typo that we realized in the pre-meeting. So for agenda item 5 regarding the ADA accessible bathroom, because it is a portable facility, we had the line that bathroom facilities must be ADA accessible, elevated to at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation, and readily movable in case of flooding. The portion of elevated at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation should not have been included. And so in our official recommendation for item 6, we would strike that. That would be a requirement if it was a permanent facility, typically what you would see in the flood fringe elevation. But because this is a you know, removable restroom facility, that should not be included. So number 6, when we get to the recommendation, we would strike the segment elevated at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation. We would strike that. So yeah, thank you for reminding me.
12 recommendations, right?
That's on agenda number 5. Yep, yep. So, you know, there's a lot in the 2 different reports. There's the plating component, which has Chapter 53 waivers. Then there's the Chapter 55 conditional use permit component, which has zoning waivers. I can get to as much of that as you want. We spent a lot of time in the pre-meeting. I don't think I want to just offer that now unless there's any specific questions.
No, can I bring up Public Works though?
Sure.
Just for the record, I'd like Public Works just to talk about the concerns with regards to the traffic.
Ryan Haas with Public Works.
Yeah, if you could just, you heard some of the commentary today, including from the sheriff's office as well, about some of the concerns. If you can just kind of give us your opinion from Public Works about what you've reviewed with regards to this case.
Yeah, certainly. And in road safety, there's this 3 E's, is the saying: engineering, enforcement, and education. So certainly appreciate the efforts of one of those legs. I'm, as a traffic engineer, make up one component of road safety. So again, appreciate the feedback and thoughts from the sheriff's office. The sensitivity with the highway there and access, certainly understand the concern. Any time there's a land use change, and I mentioned this morning, anytime there's a land use change where you're increasing the intensity and you're generating trips, you do elevate the potential for crashes to occur. So we have parameters and things that we, as the city, can point to code and say, well, we need to study this further. And potentially then the outcome of that would be we can require public improvements to offset or mitigate some of those concerns. In this case, staff looked into the trip generation intensity of the proposed project at 58 spots for the campground and RV park. There's some information provided in the feedback that was provided to the planning board that was not correct. The trip intensity, for example, in the most intense AM peak hours, 12 total trips. And that's 4 trips entering the site, 8 exiting the site. And again, in the PM peak hour, the worst case in the peak hour is 11 trips entering the site and 6 exiting. So at those levels, again, that's more than utilize the site now, but it's not to the extent that we can point to anything in city code to say, well, we have to require now for you to do a traffic study, that there's the potential for improvements that we can require. So there are other accesses on this corridor as you go further west. There's direct access to homes. You've got 252nd Street. Certainly 264th Street carries a significant amount of traffic. West Center Road has 2 lanes, 1 in each direction at all of those locations. This board approved a special use permit further to the west last year for a mulch landscaping facility, including trucks. So again, it wasn't that there wasn't a concern or that it didn't change the traffic conditions at the intersection. It wasn't to the threshold where study could be required and potentially for public improvements.
Great, thank you, Ryan. Ryan, real quick, I don't know if you know this answer, and perhaps it's a conversation with the state. Is there particular signage that maybe could be done, something about campground entrance or, I don't know if that's something you've seen. Obviously, we don't have a lot of these uses in our jurisdiction, but.
There's signage that can indicate driveway access. I don't know what the state's policy is, but that's certainly, we could reach out to the NDOT District 2 office to see if that's something that would be possible here.
I think that's a good recommendation, actually, just to ask the state for that.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Any other questions, comments?
I guess I just make one comment, and I just think, for perspective, I would say probably the majority of the testimony that we've heard today really has very little to do with what we're here to do in direct. We're supposed to look at the zoning and all those kinds of things. Most of what we've heard testimony about is management and operations of a business. And in my time on the board, I don't remember us scrutinizing an apartment complex or developer on how they're going to manage their project. And so all these things are very important, and they're important to the owner, and they're more important to the tenants that are going to be there. And my guess is that if they don't do a good job of managing, that they're going to hear directly from their 58 tenants that are there. So that's going to be the greatest pressure long term. Now, as it relates to anything that has to do with the roads and NRD and environmental things for waste management and things like those are all pretty much taken care of statutorily. And I think that within our purview, those items that fall within our purview have already been dealt with in the recommendation we'll be receiving. So I just wanted to add that perspective. And that kind of relates back to what you said about the one up, 2 miles away from there, where we had virtually none of this testimony for that project. So with that, I'll shut up.
Eric, did you want to add anything?
Well, I guess I can give the official city's recommendation. I know that Troy had some requests about modifications and changings. I don't know if there's, any desire on the board, but if you start changing too much, it's going to get a little complicated, so I'd be careful about changing the stuff on the fly. If there's too much, I don't know if that's being considered, but, perhaps a layover to work those things out. But I'm not trying to guide that. I just wanted to address, since he had listed a number of items. Specifically for agenda item 3, this is the plat component. So there are 2 Chapter 53 waivers that were requested. One is being supported waiver of sidewalks, which is typical in the floodway. The other one was to not have street surfacing. That is actually not applicable because the previously vacated right-of-way with Wright Street. So for that, our recommendation actually says denial, but then in parentheses it says not applicable. So I wanted to give a little context before I read that. So for agenda item 3, staff recommends approval of a waiver to section 5399 sidewalks, denial of a waiver to section 5393 street surfacing, not applicable, approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 13 conditions in the report, approval of the final plat subject to submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement if necessary prior to forwarding to City Council.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I will move approval of a waiver to section 5399 sidewalks, denial of a waiver of section 5393 street surfacing, not applicable, and approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 13 conditions outlined in the report, and approval of the final plat subject to the conditions of preliminary plat approval and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement if necessary prior to forwarding the request on to City Council for final action.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Pate,
Yes.
Sotolongo,
Yes.
Rosacker,
Yes.
Franklin,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Morris.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 7-0.
Agenda item number 5.
For agenda item 5, which is the conditional use permit, so this component does not proceed to City Council. This is for the campground. I will read specifically number 6, but as I previously mentioned, we are going to modify that because of the air, unfortunately. Sorry, that was included. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit to allow a campground in the Ag District, subject to the 12 conditions listed in the report, with the number 6 specifically reading as bathroom facilities must be ADA accessible and readily movable in case of flooding. You can always make a motion as recommended by city staff, so you don't have to repeat
So
it.
your recommendation is not to include item number 6?
No.
No, just.
No, it's to modify number 6 to read bathroom facilities must be ADA accessible and readily movable in case of flooding.
Okay.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll make an approval of a conditional use permit to allow a campground in the AG district subject to the conditions outlined in the report as stated by the city planning department.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Before we vote, Jen, are you comfortable how Mr. Pate made that recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore? Morris?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Okay, agenda item number 7 and 19 we'll take together. Agenda item number 7, case C3-24-209, applicant Hoppy Development request approval amendment to the future land use element of the city's master plan from office commercial, high-density residential, and low-density residential to high-density residential. Location, south of 18th Street and Willis Avenue. And agenda item number 19, case C10-24-207, C11-24-208, applicant Hoppy Development. Request rezoning from GC and R4 to R7 with approval of a PUR plan unit redevelopment overlay district. Location south of 18th Street and Willis Avenue. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon, Caleb Snyder, 14710 West Dodge Road. With Lampert Anderson here behalf on the applicant, Hoppy Development. Here with me today I have Ben Coons with Hoppy Development, who will give a brief introduction to the Hoppy Development team. But before that, quick introduction to the project. So what we have before you is two requests, one for future land use amendment from low density to high density residential, and the second is a rezone to R7 and a PUR overlay. So just a little context on the project. We're located about 18th and Grace, just to the north. So the site plan here to the south, that's the existing Chambers Court complex. So the Hoppy Development team is going to renovate those existing 70 units as part of that complex. And then as the project moves to the north, there are new multifamily units. As it continues to the north along 18th Street, multifamily units both on the west and the east side. It is a phased project, so phase 1 would be the Chambers Court complex itself with the building just to the north and then the units on the east side of 18th Street. Just a little context on the current condition of those lots. So everything outside of the Chambers Court complex itself is vacant lots, and so a number of those are kind of overgrown and kind of have become nuisances. So we think this is a good infill product for this location. Fits into the existing residential neighborhood very nicely. And so with that, once Ben gets done with his overview, happy to answer any questions specifically related to the site plan.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Ben Kuntz, Hoppy Development, 5631 South 48th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. We're relatively new to the Omaha area, so I just want to give a brief introduction. We are Hoppy Development. We're a vertically integrated team. We have development, construction, management, and some shared corporate functions. But the bottom line here is that, we are with this project from start to finish and have a very long kind of outlook on our efforts. We plan to hold this long term, even beyond the compliance period of 45 years. And so we take a very long view with all of our projects. One of our keystone projects and kind of one of the things we're moving towards is the idea of a mixed use, mixed income, missing middle neighborhood. This is specifically, this image here is a project we have in Lincoln, Nebraska. But we have several of these across the state. And really, it kind of relies on the value system behind the Choice Neighborhood Program, but in a little bit more nimble method. We are excited to bring kind of this this prototype of ours to more of an infill situation in North Omaha. We started initially with a lot of community feedback. Some of the themes we're excited to address with this project are listed here. I don't need to go through all of these, but I will point to some of our efforts. We've had some engagement with OHA and existing residents. We've had a community meeting on site at the Chambers Court. And we've also had a door knocking effort and mailer effort, trying to collect feedback and respond to the needs of the neighborhood. And we're trying to keep our ears open for any new concerns that may come up and always willing to listen. So. Just a real quick history on this. So, as Caleb mentioned, this has a few parts to it, but generally speaking, the Chambers Court property, which is owned by the Omaha Housing Authority, does not operate very efficiently for them, and so really this for us represents an opportunity to bring in some new efficiency by building some new units adjacent to this and incorporating it into one management footprint, and kind of spreading that management cost across more units, making it more viable long term, as well as the opportunity to bring some new resources to the project, bring some needed updates, a lot of things that we've heard from the existing residents, and lastly, really working to find a pathway for existing residents to stay in their residence if they choose. This is a project we have in Lincoln. So the new construction along 18th that Caleb mentioned is really based on this design. I don't need to go into it much, but just thought it'd be useful to show you some existing photos of a similar project that really tries to break down the scale with this missing middle approach. And I think I'll leave it there and let you ask your questions and focus the conversation where you want to have it.
Is this affordable housing or market rates?
Thank you. That's a great question. The initial project, which is 131 units, so that'll be 70 units in the existing Chambers Court, and then 61 additional new units on surrounding vacant lots. That'll all be in a LIHTC low-income housing tax credit program. So it'll be 131 units, 61 new, 70 existing. And then there's a phase 2 component on the west side of 18th Street. I guess I can throw this back up. So there's existing chambers down here, lot 5, and then the east side of 18th is that 131 unit portion. We are partnering with another developer who's doing a missing middle scale, smaller project, and we're just trying to take some of the entitlement burden off of such a small project and support him. So I'm not exactly sure when he's doing his part. Our phase 2 is this west side of 18th, and that'll be an additional approximately 55 or 60, somewhere in that neighborhood, and that'll be outside the LIHTC program.
So market rates on those?
It'd be workforce, maybe market rate. It's for us an opportunity to introduce some income diversity to the neighborhood.
So just can you give us an idea what your affordable housing rates would be, the LIHTC project?
Yeah, so as a LIHTC project, all the rents will be sized to less than 60% area median income. It's our intent that some of them would be targeted at even lower incomes. And then...
What about rates?
I don't know the specific rates to Omaha. They're specific to every census area. They're published by HUD.
Is that predefined for you?
It's defined by HUD for us,
Okay.
yeah. And inclusive of utility rate that's assigned locally as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
I have a quick question. What are the logistics behind, you mentioned in Chambers, the Chambers building, that if residents choose, they can stay. What are the logistics behind them staying through a renovation?
Yes. Well, I'll start with Omaha Housing Authority has a number of sources and programs in their property, and a lot of HUD regulated relocation requirements. And I'm not familiar with all those complexities, but from our end, it's just a matter of re-income certifying and just making sure they're compliant with the program, the funding program, which our team is proficient at and can help the team through. And then logistically on site, we don't know the exact circumstances, but the current occupancy rate on the property is fairly low. So we'll be able to start by renovating vacant units and minimizing impact to residents. Sometimes with these types of projects, you have to relocate off-site, which can be pretty disruptive. It would be our intent that if somebody wants to stay, that while we're renovating their unit, they could relocate on-site to another unit, kind of in the campus, stick with their school bus schedule and so forth, and really try to minimize disruption as much as we can.
So will 100% of that existing property stay public housing?
It won't be public housing, so we'll be acquiring it from Omaha Housing Authority.
It'll be mixed in.
I believe Omaha Housing Authority, at least in part, has currently in a LIHTC program, and we'll be pulling it into another round of LIHTC funding to get it to the point where it has the resources it needs for the duration.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
Any other proponents?
Lucas Thode, 3727 North 108th, speaking in support with a few questions and suggestions. Glad the Lot 7 question got answered. That was one I was going to bring up because it got brought up in the Planning Department report as well. Lot 5, one thing I noticed architecturally is the rectangular pop-outs. I just don't think they fit quite right architecturally with the context it's in. Going to more of a 45-degree sides, like traditional Oriel form would just work better. That, giving the building a stronger top-line cornice type thing, would I think make the building a lot nicer architecturally. Good unit mix overall, excuse me. Like seeing 3 and 4 bed units pop up. Your architects did a decent job with the 2-bedroom units in Lot 5's building. And they also did a really good job respecting the egress fabric of the historic units. Orderly but dumb architects would have just plowed a corridor through those buildings without caring. But instead, the architects did a good job looking at the details of what they were working with and knowing that folks who originally built those buildings did care and were working to provide 2 egress paths everywhere. Even if it didn't look that way, obviously, to someone who's only seen a double-loaded corridor building. And I think that's about it.
Thanks, Lucas.
Okay, thank you, Luca. Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments, questions from the board? Eric?
Yeah, so obviously we're excited about this project. The city of Omaha did own several of these properties that we did select Hoppy Development to purchase them based on their plan and proposal. So we're excited. They're very experienced, as Ben and Caleb had mentioned, kind of newer to Omaha, but done a lot of work in Lincoln and central Nebraska and along this realm. So Jake Hoppy does sit on my committee of the Housing Affordability Action Plan. So he's a regular member and contributor. So, I think we're just excited overall to help enhance this area. So there are 2 agenda items. Number 7 is a master plan amendment. So that is a cleanup effort to take it all to high-density residential. So staff recommends approval of agenda item 7.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosecker,
Yes.
Franklin,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Pate,
Yes.
Sotolongo,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 7-0.
For agenda item number 19, this is the rezoning, consolidation of the zoning from GC and R4 to R7. So staff recommends approval of that rezoning. And staff recommends approval of the PUR subject to submitting acceptable final plans prior to forwarding to City Council.
You have a motion.
Motion approved rezoning from GC and R4 to R7. Approval of PUR planned unit redevelopment overlay district, subject to submitting acceptable final PUR development plans prior to request to City Council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Franklin.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Morris.
Yes.
Pate.
Yes.
Sotolongo.
Yes.
Rosacker.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Okay, thanks, guys.
I see that Fred's still involved. What's his name?
Always good to see
Ben?
Always good to see good info
Ben?
floating around.
I see that Fred's still
hold my
involved.
suggestions, Hal.
I see his name. Tell him hi, please.
Okay, agenda item number 8, case C3-24-217. Applicant, Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha, request approval of the 1501 Howard and Standard Rehab TIF redevelopment project plan. Location 1501 Howard Street and 500 South 18th Street. Don, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Don Seaton, Omaha City Planning Department. The 1501 Howard and the Standard TIF project involves 2 sites, 2 buildings, both downtown, near us right now and near the Flatiron Building. One's right behind the Flatiron Building at 501 South 18th Street. The other is at 15th and Howard. Excuse me. Like I said, both contain historic buildings. Both buildings will be comprehensively rehabilitated, and they'll be reused as affordable housing. Low-income housing tax credits are involved in the capital stack of this project, along with historic preservation tax credits. So the work on the buildings will be sensitive to their historic nature. This building at 1501 Howard will have 16 apartment units, along with 2 commercial bays on the first floor commercial, about 6,720 square feet of first floor commercial. The other building is the Standard, and that one will have 40 apartment units and about 3,700 square feet of main floor, first floor commercial. Both buildings are in an extremely blighted area, so we're looking at a 20-year TIF term. They are also in the urban core housing and mobility district, so they'll be making a contribution to the streetcar system. The developer is Howard Street Rehab Owner, LLC. It's managed by Neeraj Agarwal. Incidentally, he was here earlier. I've got a text message from Neeraj. He said an emergency came up, so he's not able to be here to speak after me today. Total project investment in downtown is, for the two buildings combined, is about $24.7 million. They're asking for TIF support in the amount of $1,316,643. Project meets the required criteria of the TIF program and has been approved by the TIF committee. It's an appropriate land use for the area. Provides affordable housing, which you always like to see, and it complies with the goals of the city's master plan. We ask for your approval.
Okay. Any other proponents? Okay. Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Comments, questions from the board? Eric.
Yeah, just a little side note. There's a select few in the industry. Hoppy was kind of one of them as well. You have Rob Woodling, you have Neeraj that do these complex, light tech and affordable housing because they're difficult, they're tricky, and it's pretty specialized. So I just wanted to point that out. Obviously, Neeraj couldn't make it to get into the specifics that I'm sure Mr. Pate was going to drill him with, so about the financing. So obviously, we're excited about these projects. Staff recommends approval.
Do we have a motion?
Motion approved.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore. Yes. Morris.
Yes.
Pate.
Yes.
Sotolongo.
Yes.
Rosacker.
Yes.
Franklin. Yes. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Agenda item number 9, case C3-24-218. Applicant, Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha, request approval of the Frame Apartments and Millwork Hotel TIF redevelopment project plan. Location, northwest and southeast of 13th and Nicholas. And you're up, Don.
Two-phase project of significant scale. Lower Common area district is transforming fairly rapidly. These two buildings, this two-phase project will certainly add to that. One of the sites is the apartment, that's a vacant property here. And then the other is a rehab of the existing historic building. It'll be for a hotel. This lays out pretty well the status of the Lower Commons district with the frame apartments here near the Master Craft building. You recall the Hello Apartments, which were recently completed, and then the Millwork Hotel. The other building here is the city parking garage in the design phase now. That'll provide some needed parking both for this project and for other land. Okay, the apartment building. It's a 5-story building with 149 market rate tenants, about 10,500 square feet. First floor commercial space. That goes on that vacant site. This is the hotel building. It'll be rehabilitated. The 135 rooms, includes 19 suites, multiple amenities, kind of a specialty hotel. Developer is a joint venture, Bluestone Development, Deborah and Christensen, and Black Dog Fund, managed by Paul G. Smith. Well, together these two projects, two phases, represent an investment of over $101 million in the Miller Commons District. We're asking for TIP support, $10,297,000. Appropriate project. So I'll be looking at EEA, Enhanced Employment Area program, to help fund the project. Consistent with our master plan, it's a good project for downtown. We have for your approval.
Hey, Don, really quick, can you go back to that first neighborhood site plan? That 11th and Izzard pink building, what's that?
That's a that conceptual future project. It's not really defined at present, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, presently that's city-owned land.
Yeah, so that was the one mentioned in the pre-meeting, that there's been RFP issued that was awarded to Paul Smith's group. I don't remember the particulars. It's been a couple years. The property hasn't been transferred. There's a lot of conversations about connection to Abbott Drive there of 11th Street on the east. So there's kind of a lot of moving parts, truck route, things like that, that it's all trying to come together. So, yeah. And then directly to the west of that is being developed right now. You've seen that project in the last year or so with Arun.
Making a connection to Abbott or the truck route, but I'm aware of those issues. Perhaps the applicants could tell you a little more detail on what's happening with that particular site in the city, but anyway, it's kind of undefined at present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any other proponents? Hi, Larry.
Hello.
Saw you back there.
For quite a while.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Larry Jobin, 11440 Western Road, appearing on behalf of the applicant. In this case, the joint venture with me today is Keith Weesey of Paul Smith Group, LLC, as well as Deborah Christensen of Bluestone Development, and also my associate, Bob Griffith. So we've all had different roles in this particular project, so we're here simply to answer any questions. We appreciate the planning staff's presentation.
What's the timeline?
The timeline, I think, is as soon as possible, as soon as we get approval. I think that the thought is to start both projects immediately.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Any other proponents?
Lucas Thode, 3727 North 108th Street. Good job with the building architecture overall on the frame. I'm actually, there are a couple things I was iffy about, but I think they'll come together nicely, even without. I normally don't like buildings that don't have a strong top line, but I think it's actually going to work out okay, given that some of the historic buildings in there don't have that either, like the Ashton. If you look at the Ashton, there's just no cornice at all. But I think it's gonna come together pretty nicely. I've been in that area a few times. Actually had a class at the Hot Shops once. It's good to see our downtown growing in a couple different directions.
Thank you, Luca. Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Just a comment, I really get excited with this area of downtown and getting that developed, and boy, there's a lot of development that can continue on, but this is great. So thank you for looking into this project. So, any comments, questions from the board? Eric.
Deborah, could you step up just for a quick question from me?
Deborah Christensen, Bluestone Development, 5110 Mayberry Street.
Thank you. So obviously you did the Hello Apartments, and there's partnerships. So I don't know all the particulars of that. You're doing the Dizzy Mule as well, correct? Yep. And then now the frame and the hotel. Is there just a quick recap? Like, is one of the apartments are they very similar as well as the target audience, or? I guess if you could just touch on that, or are there unique features between each one? I was just
all
curious.
of the buildings that we develop have a very specific personality. We spend a lot of time on branding and trying that each one has its own personality. Hello Apartments opened in 2022, and it was our fastest lease up, best lease up we've actually ever had. There is a very diverse group of people who live in the building, much more than we expected. There are empty nesters. There's your kind of traditional, young professional. There are grad students from Creighton. There are even people with kids. There's a school bus that actually comes into Millwork now, which we're just so excited about, that there's this wide diversity. In general, our projects tend to most of the people who live in our projects tend to be the kind of young professional, in their second job. Not maybe their first apartment, maybe this is their second or third apartment, they can afford to live alone. But as time has gone on, we have really started to have quite a diverse mix of people who live with us. Lots of empty nesters, and like I said, some families. Hello is completely leased up. Dizzy Mule, half of it's gonna come online in November, and the other half's gonna be done in March. It'll have kind of the same target market, but it has a completely different personality, feel. Hello's a little younger, brighter, as if you've driven by, you've seen. Dizzy Mule's gonna have a little bit more of it's kind of a cross between old and new. We've taken a lot of effort to bring in a lot of the old millwork kind of feeling things, whether that's through wallpaper or finishes, things like that. So I think it'll just attract a different kind of person. Frame is going to be, I would say, just a little bit higher end than Dizzy Mule. It'll have a little bit more bumped up amenities, a little nicer finishes, etc.
Yeah, thank you. There's just been so much redevelopment and this area has changed so much in the last 5 years that I thought it's helpful. It was a good exhibit to show everything. So thank you for providing that context.
Question for
Yep.
you. How did you come up with the name Dizzy Mule?
So actually, so that whole block, so Dizzy Mule is actually, there's one historic building that's in the middle, and then we added new construction on both sides. And that building and also the building where the Millwork Hotel is going to be, they were part of the Disbro and something company. That part of the whole millwork when furniture was made there. And then on where part of the new construction is for Dizzy Mule, there was a little old mule barn that was basically falling over when we bought the property. So we tore down it was kind of an awning kind of thing that attached to it, and we tore that down. So we had the Disbro and the mule barn, and somebody said Dizzy Mule one day, and
It was.
yeah.
It's good. It's not like
Yeah.
I mean, that was how they delivered all their goods way back in the day.
Mhm.
The mules were there.
Mhm. Yeah, it wasn't.
You remember, huh?
Okay. Unless there's anything else,
Okay.
we should probably keep this moving. So staff recommends approval. Obviously excited about the project and in the area in general.
Do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Morris?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Sotolongo? Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin? Moore? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Agenda item number 20, case C10-24-210, C11-24-211. Applicant ECG Acquisitions LLC request rezoning from DR to R6 with approval of a PUD Plan Unit Development Overlay District. Location 5504 Kansas Ave. And Larry, you're up again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Larry Jobin, 11440 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of the applicant. With me today is Rob Duvall of Schemmer Associates, the consulting engineers on this particular project. My clients had to catch planes. Ben Daschel was here from Elmington Capital. He lives in Nashville. Had to leave. Jake Himes also had to leave. He's from Philadelphia, so they were in here to answer whatever questions about them. I can provide a little bit of information about them. They, Elmington Capital is based in Nashville. They manage over 37,000 units in 15 different states, and they've acquired or developed over 10,000 multifamily affordable units since 2010 in about 8 states. So they're long-term holders of real estate. They don't do what they call turn and burn. They are long-term holders, and they invest, and they keep these properties and manage them and own them for the eternity, essentially. So the approvals that we're seeking today is the rezoning from DR to R6 with the more restrictive site regulators of R5. And so that will be done through the planned unit overlay district. The existing conditions, it's this area right here. And you'll note that these are where those television towers are that will all be coming down there, and they've been there for a long time, as we all are aware of, but the big television towers are on that particular site. It's 15 acres, again, currently undeveloped except for the towers. I think there's 3 of them. As far as the surrounding zoning areas, to the north, there's R4, R5, R7, and CC zoning. To the south is R2. To the east is R4, 35, and R2. And then to the west is R6 PUD and CC up here on the north side. The master plan and future land use map called for this property to be low-density residential housing, which you'll find out here. That's what this is. This is the future land use map. The properties identified by the star, again, low-density residential housing designation on the future land use map. There will be an administrative one-lot subdivision, so there's no platting before you. It's currently unplatted, but it's just administrative as far as the platting of this particular property. As far as the site plan, this is the site plan. We have Kansas Avenue at this location, and we have 54th Street at this location, and 56th at this location here. The proposed plan is 8 3-story buildings. 2 of the buildings have 33 units, and 6 of the buildings have 24 units. There's also a clubhouse. The detention basin is up here in the northeast corner. Access is off of Kansas Avenue in this location here, and then off of 56th Street in this location, which is really the main thoroughfare, main entrance into the site. This is more of a secondary type location, but the fire department, of course, requires 2 access points into a multifamily project such as this. Talked about this earlier. We are doing the R6 with the more restrictive R5 site regulators, which makes this low-density residential housing, which is 15 units or less. This particular project is showing a density of 14 units per acre, which is considered low-density residential housing. So it's consistent with the master plan, future land use map. In the clubhouse and around the site, there's various amenities. There's a swimming pool, fitness room, the clubhouse, patios, green space, playground area, dog park, interior. There's in-unit washers and dryers, and also vinyl plank flooring. And so I've got some pictures of some of the interiors of what it might look like, if you'd care to see those. As far as building materials, this is what the buildings are intended to look like. And again, with the PUD, what you see is what you get. You know, we can't change a lot of this without coming back through the process. Minor amendments, of course, are done administratively. Major amendments are back to planning board, then to city council for a major amendment. But this is the look and feel of them. This is the color palette and material board, which shows brick and cement board siding, vinyl windows, asphalt shingles, and metal balconies on the metal railings on the balconies, I should say. There's 438 surface parking stalls on the premises. That's a little over 2-to-1 parking ratio between the number of parking stalls and the number of units. This is a low-income housing tax credit project, so it's a light-tech project, and that's what this company, Elmington Capital, primarily does when they develop their own properties. This is a very good low, or I should say affordable housing opportunity in this particular area. And 100% of the units right now are being called for to meet the 60% area median income. And so, you know, when you look at what that means, they're looking at their target market of, you know, dental hygienists, you know, registered nurses, surgical hospital technicians, daycare, accountants. These are the types of salaries that you're talking about when you're looking at the 60% AMI. And so that's really their target market here. So there is a traffic study being prepared now. I don't believe it's complete, but obviously it'll have to be reviewed and approved by the Public Works Department, and any public improvements that would be required or maybe shown to be required by the approved traffic study will have to be done. Of course, we don't believe there will be any because it is low-density residential housing, and these residential streets are really built for that type of use anyway. So there was 2 neighborhood meetings. The first one, I believe, was on August 3rd. I was not in attendance at that one, but I believe there was one neighbor that attended that, and City Council member Juanita Johnson was actually at that meeting as well. And then we had a follow-up meeting last night, and there were 4 neighbors that were at that particular meeting, and City Council member Juanita Johnson showed up to that too, but she showed up at the end because the doors apparently were locked and she couldn't get in. So we apologized about that to her. So with that, we appreciate the recommendation of the planning department. We find the same acceptable. I think what it called for is working out some more landscaping along the southern boundary. This does meet all the site regulators with respect to buffer yards. You'll note that the building here, there's a little maintenance shed here that's about 35 feet away from the property line, but the first building to the south here is about 160 feet, just to give you some depth from Kansas Street. So this one is probably 140 feet, these two, and actually this one's about 160 feet as well. So there's quite a distance, quite a separation from the residential neighborhood to the south. And so with that, we're happy to answer any questions and respond to any opposition that may be here today.
Okay, thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Any other proponents?
Lucas Thode, 3727 North 108th Street. Speaking in support, the building designs, typical suburban apartment, but not bad. Kind of what you expect, but decently executed. The central green is a good feature, but beyond that, I do have to rag on your engineers some on site planning, because the first thing I saw when I looked at the site plan was this designed by an anthropomorphic car? And there are a couple of things that made me think that way. One of the big ones is the fact that the right-of-way here got cul-de-saced and no connection for pedestrians or cyclists was made down to the complex. We're talking a low-income housing complex.
Luca, please direct your comments towards the board if you
Sorry. That was me. But yes, sidewalk suggestions. Sidewalk here at a minimum. If terminating it into the complex from the cul-de-sac is not acceptable, then it could be routed down the dotted line out to here, sort of down the east side, as sort of walking trail. Optionally, you could connect here as well if you wanted to have a sidewalk connection here, down at the southwest corner, basically. That, and if I had my way with the site plan, I would scrap this bottom row of parking and have some townhomes here basically as sort of a liner building, because I really don't think having parking adjacent to a parking alley basically adjacent to a street is good for buffering from adjacent residents. I think having like 2 sets of 4 townhomes as I depicted here would be a better idea for that. And they could be deeper, obviously, going up into where the parking vacated. You'd still be just above the minimum parking with this setup. It's 38 stalls you'd lose down here, so you'd be 4 stalls over minimum. You could have like garages on the townhomes to make up anything else you needed. Just thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Luca.
Hopefully that helps.
All right. Any other proponents? Okay, seeing none, are there any opponents? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Were you a proponent or an opponent?
Opponent.
A what?
An opponent.
An opponent, okay.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Thank you for having us. I'm here with my fellow neighbors and...
Your name and address, please.
I'm sorry, Valerie Granger, 6624 Kansas Avenue. In regards to my mother at 5455 Kansas Avenue. Okay? As I stated, I'm here with my fellow neighbors in regards to a development that is wanting to be built across the street from our homes. Development that will saturate the area with families living on top of each other. A situation that the planning board in past with Mayor Stoddard stated they did not want to happen. This area being proposed, there are several apartments less than a mile radius. For example, Northampton Arms, Prairie Springs, Sorensen Heights, Luma Lane Apartments, and public housing. This development was pushed, thrown, shoved upon our neighborhood without much warning. And I apologize for what I'm about to say right now, but the City of Omaha Planning Department has let us down. We had no warning of this development. Letters about the initial meeting came 2 days before the meeting, which was on July 31st, the day of the storm. They were mailed from Nashville supposedly on July 22nd. They were received on July the 29th. The letter was a blanket statement, and I don't know if you guys have copies, but I do have some if you wish to look at it. It was at a location that wasn't even close to where the neighborhood would actually meet. It was on A.V. Sorensen Center. The second letter was planned for the day after a holiday, a national holiday, which is usually considered as the last summer holiday, yesterday. The planning board knew of the development proposal but failed in advising its citizens. At least a 30-day time frame would have been nice given to its citizens for research of this out-of-state LLC and preparation for the meeting. And even with your letters that were for today, only allowed a week or less for its citizens to make preparation to attend the meeting. So again, 2 days after a national holiday. There needs to be more transparency by the board to notify the citizens of a community for a major change such as that. Going on, at the meeting on September 3rd, this developer only provided photos of properties they had in the southern region of the United States. That would be Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, and Texas. Nothing that shows what would be planned for a Midwest cold winter or a Midwest tornado. They do have 3 states in the Midwest, which is South Dakota, Colorado, and Ohio. Even in their plan, did not show anything as a shelter for the residents in case of a tornado. The main purpose of this development is for tax abatements. Their other properties don't even get a 3-star rating. We were thrown a question back when we asked how come they do not receive a higher rating. We were told, do you give a restaurant that you eat at a 5-star review? And I asked them, I go, what does a restaurant and a family resident have in common? I could see a hotel maybe, but not where I eat. The planning board, it appears, did not ask any of the residents about how they felt about this change, nor did they research about the saturation of families on top of families living. This is apparent of how the North Omaha area has been treated over several, if not decades of years. The habitat, again, would be destroyed, and it appears no one cares. The other apartments have trash bins that are overfilled, increase of traffic, increase of noise. However, Larry Jobin stated that at the last night's meeting, there would be no change in traffic or noise. I find that kind of odd. If you're increasing the number of individuals in that area, it will increase the number of traffic and the number and the noise level. But I understood his comments being made since he is attorney and he's trying to push, throw, shove this development upon us. Basically, we do not want this property in front of our yards or our backyards. To kill innocent habitat, which in that area are rabbits and foxes and deer and an eagle and hawks and turkeys for a tax abatement is wrong and cruel. I ask that you consider that in your thoughts about this development. We all know what happens when outside individuals, even if they're raised in Nebraska, which we were told at this meeting yesterday, will do anything for some money and prestige. All we ask is for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents?
I'm Sean McGee, 5445 Kansas Ave.
And I'm Patty McGee, same address.
So we're opposed to this development. As Mrs. Granger already pointed out, notification was not on point. First of all, I am Sean McGee. I am a former member of the Omaha NAACP Executive Board, at-large Executive Board member. I'm currently still a member of the NAACP General Body. We were not informed enough about this project. NAACP is residing on the north side, offices on the north side of Omaha. We reside on the north side of Omaha as well. They are our stakeholder organization. I've been a member of NAACP in 3 different states, including now Nebraska, for over 30 years. And so this is information that I would need to share with them, but without enough advance notice, it's impossible to provide an informed framework for what this project is and the potential it has to do to our community. What I'm concerned about is that if you're looking at, and we're looking at a wide variety of issues, you have pioneer families, also I call legacy black families, that moved into this formerly white neighborhood 30, 40, and 50 years ago. These individuals have raised their kids and sometimes their grandkids in this neighborhood. They abut the property right across the street on Kansas Ave. They're in their 70s and 80s. They did not have enough time to respond. They're dealing with doctor's appointments they would have to reschedule to be here today because we had offered to bring them here in our vehicle. But if they were to reschedule their doctor's appointments, they would not be able to see their doctors for another 3 or 4 or 5 months. So they could not be here to speak, but they also did not have enough advance notice in order to be able to talk about these issues with their stakeholders, with their neighbors, with their stakeholder organizations like the NAACP. These are what I call legacy families. They have fought through redlining in North Omaha. They have fought through other types of housing discrimination, and they finally bought their dream homes on Kansas Ave. Bought their dream homes, but the disrespect shown by this panel working with Elmington not to give them advance notice as to this project's focus and undertaking and have them have time to come and actually engage with you, if not in person, then through a letter, is problematic. So I want you to think, I want to see by a show of hands, how many of you now, race, gender, think those identities sometimes are easy to identify for people to raise their hands around. Well, I would like to ask you, how many of you considered yourselves to be originally from a working class blue collar background? By a show of hands. So you grew up in a blue collar background. And you know blue collar values, right? You know blue collar hard work. These are the same families that fought to acquire these homes, to live in peace, to have a quality life, and to be respected enough to be informed with advance notice enough to be able to engage in a conversation on this change to their community. But they were disrespected. Now, I'm not saying you did it intentionally. It might be just a organizational issue. You might have some problems with the timing in which you inform people. Elmington did indicate, though, this was your responsibility, not theirs. So that's what was discussed with us at the meeting yesterday at the workforce office, that it was your responsibility in the timing of communicating this information. The first notification that went out only said to people who are going to be impacted in the Sorensen Parkway corridor. So we received that letter. We didn't know how that applied to us because we're thinking of Sorensen proper, the street, the corridor itself. We're not thinking Kansas Ave. So we didn't go to that meeting. Mrs. Granger did go to that meeting, but we did not.
May
Go
I
ahead.
add, it did not indicate the purpose. It just said a project.
A project.
It did not say apartment building complex.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very vague.
The other part is we're going to kind of piggyback on what Mrs. Granger said. With the existing apartment complexes, Northampton Arms, and recent builds of multi-unit complexes northwest of 56th Street and Sorensen Parkway, there is becoming saturated with basically apartment complexes, rental units. If you're looking at adding another 210-unit complex with 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units, it seems the area will be overdeveloped. There is no significant benefit to this proposal, but the impact will have a long-time impact on the residents living in that area.
I believe they received. Did
Yep.
you all receive this?
Letter from Mr. Butler.
Yes.
I'm starting at the bottom of the letter, though.
Did we receive that?
You should have that.
I sent it to Patrick Butler yesterday morning. He said he would be sure that you all would get a copy.
So the thing about that is that if-
Patty, did you email it to him or just send it in the mail?
Yes, I emailed it to
Emailed
him.
it to him?
Yes.
I'm
So
not
the-
certain. Okay.
So the issue here, out of many issues, is that we don't want to see this development move forward. But if a development needed to move forward, it seems like North Omaha is being saturated with rental properties. That does not provide a pathway for low-income and working-class/blue-collar families to move into the American middle class by having home ownership. This is one of the largest parcels of land you will see in North Omaha by far. And having solely rental units is not going to allow people to grow their families and create intergenerational wealth in a financial future that will provide security for themselves, for their children, and for their grandchildren. We're not looking at adding commercial units. We know there's a housing crisis. We know that. We don't disagree with that. But you know what? There's a home owner crisis, and it disproportionately impacts communities of color. It impacts all people, but it disproportionately impacts communities of color, especially in the aftermath of the pandemic, where there were so many foreclosures, hitting all people, not disregarding that, but disproportionately hitting people of color, Black people and Latino people, to be more precise. So here we have an opportunity, if we have to have something on that. Have any of you driven by that acreage and seen how big it looks? Wouldn't you agree that's one of the largest parcels of land you've ever seen on the north side for potential development? Yeah, by far. What would you say the acreage is on that? Does anyone know? 14.69 acres.
Yeah.
That's quite sizable. So by having rental properties there, you're not providing a pathway for home ownership. You're not providing a pathway for low-income or working class/blue-collar families to middle-class reality. We're talking about transforming communities, not providing some kind of a status quo where they're renting and their life and their experiences as well as their children's experience are transitory. They're going to move into a rental unit. They're going to move out of that rental unit into another rental unit somewhere else, depending on what kind of job they have, what kind of income they have coming in. When we're looking at, and this is the NAACP and other stakeholder organizations that are based in the North Side, when we're looking at these communities, we're looking at providing a pathway to grow the community, not for it to remain in place without growth. So if there has to be development, let there be homes built with a community center. Let there be green space where there can be festivals and fairs in connection with the city and with the surrounding pre-existing community. Let there be a homeowners association established. So with younger families that don't know what the importance of mowing your lawn or whatever the case may be, will be part of a homeowners association. You don't buy into a homeowners association. It's just part of a homeowners association that would be part of the complex, where younger families who might not know, the older families will know, I'm going to keep up my property, but the younger families will then also be held accountable. Some of them, the younger families might already know to do this, but then they'll, you're going to have to be beholden to your neighbors. Let's work together to keep this community. Then you can have festivals and fairs over there. You can build a sense of community. People can have an opportunity to move forward, not just for their family, but for their children and their grandchildren. But right now, if you have apartment complexes there, you're taking the largest parcel of land ever seen in North Omaha in the last some odd years, and you're going to make this community, you're going to make this community not be in a position to grow and change and evolve for the better. That being said, we're conducting.
Sean, can you wrap it up in about 30 seconds?
You know, we've been here since 1 o'clock, and we had to run out, and you asked no one else to wrap it up, and people would talk ad infinitum. I am appalled that you would ask me to wrap it
I let
up.
you go on for quite a while. I'm just asking if you can wrap it up.
You didn't ask anybody else to wrap it up when they spoke at
Yeah, I
length.
did.
No, you didn't. I was here the whole time. Don't do that. I was here the whole
Pelster, I asked
time.
him to wrap
Okay,
it up.
we'll wrap it up.
Okay, thank you,
We'll wrap it
Patty.
up.
All right.
I got it.
Okay.
When conducting online research of residential properties owned by Elmington, we've come across numerous complaints by residents living on their properties in various states. This is in this regard, we have extreme concerns that Elmington will not be a good community-based partner regarding the security and upkeep of their property and security and safety of homes adjacent to their properties. We will provide copies of complaints filed with the Better Business Bureau of properties owned and managed by Elmington for you to review. And then that was brought up at the meeting yesterday, and there were a multitude of complaints and almost no comments in support of their properties. And they had a 1.2-star rating out of 5-star rating. In addition, we have concerns about an increase in vehicle traffic on Kansas Ave because of the documented history of accidents occurring on Kansas Ave. We have directly been impacted by our family by vehicular accidents that have impacted our children and our personal safety and have resulted in destruction of our personal property. Cars have driven onto our lawn, spinning their tires, tearing up our lawn, running over our mailbox. And this was not during the winter time. We took measures at our own expense, going through landscaping companies to buy boulders, to put in shrubs along the roadside to remediate the potential that these situations may occur again to keep vehicles from driving up onto our lawn. The documentation of this was provided also through the history of roadway departure crashes. This is language coming from the Public Works Department, Traffic Engineering Division, City of Omaha, where they say the history of roadway departure crashes. There is a history of that on our block. Essentially, we fear that an increase in vehicle through traffic or traffic congestion on Kansas Ave will increase the potential for accidents occurring in our residential zone neighborhood. Also, on a health and environmental level, we have 3 children that we're legal guardians of with chronic asthma who will be directly and negatively impacted by living across the street from an ongoing construction site due to the increased airborne pollutants. Additionally, there will be a negative impact upon nature conservation at 5504 Kansas Ave. We and neighbors have witnessed sightings of American bald eagles in this conservation space, flying, hunting, feeding, and possibly nesting in this zone. In addition, there are wild turkeys, foxes, deer, vultures, golden eagles, hawks, etc. that live, breed, and or feed in this unique urban conservation space or zone. So that you have a visual in your mind's eye, 5504 Kansas Ave is a naturally occurring wild grassland that is hayed at least once a year. It looks beautiful and peaceful. It does not look like an overgrown vacant city lot. Preserving this space is essential for preserving the continuation of this unique urban wildlife habitat.
And then if I may, this is from one of the senior and legacy families that live on Kansas Ave. They weren't able to make it because of health issues. So if I may, hi, this is Verly and Lucille Ross. We have lived here for 36 years. The open area is so beautiful, and the deer, fox, turkey, hawks are the comfort of our home when we sit on our front porch. It is wonderful. Do not develop the land for apartments.
So bottom line is, if it's going to be developed, if it has to be developed, it should be developed for homeowners who are low income and/or working class / blue collar families who have because we want to change and grow the culture of North Omaha. When we went to the meeting yesterday, the presenters indicated nurses, medical technicians, things like that. The point is that they didn't even identify who are the people who already live in the community. They were talking about having folks coming in from outside of the community and not even providing a benefit directly to the folks already living in the community or the surrounding communities on North Omaha. Their whole perspective was looking who we can bring in from outside. Now, Emmanuel Hospital is my hospital. That's where I go. And they were talking about Emmanuel, CHI Emmanuel specifically. I can't even speak anymore. The bottom line is that we want to see an opportunity to have this property either maintained as it is or used to bring in housing. Now, if we could turn to Oprah Winfrey or Warren Buffett and one of his children or two of his children or his acolytes, we could turn to Mackenzie Scott, we could turn to somebody to buy this property and do just that, that would be great. But this is a chance for you all to grow North Omaha if it has to be developed. By not putting in rental units, that's not growing North Omaha. That's a commercial unit. We're talking about home ownership. Home ownership. If you come from the background you say you do, you know what it means and you know how it changed the trajectory of your lives. You know rental units don't change the trajectory of your life.
I think we got your point. Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry?
Any other opponents? Okay. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Oh, I do have one
Oh,
more.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Just to make it clear, Northampton Arms is directly
Valerie,
across.
we need your name and address again.
Again,
Yeah.
Valerie Granger, 6624 Kansas Avenue.
Okay, go ahead.
Northampton Arms is directly across from the unit or development they want to do.
It's right here.
That is two apartments right next to each other.
Okay,
That should not happen.
gotcha.
And as I was at them both meetings, Larry was not there. He was at the second one. But all I heard Larry say is, yeah, I developed most of Omaha. I mean, yeah, you can be proud but you're getting the money, not the families.
Okay, thank you. Close public hearing. Larry, did you want to come up?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, Larry Jobin, 11440 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of the applicant. I'll try to be brief, but I want to address a few things. The notice that was followed for both the neighborhood meetings, and I think there was a misunderstanding maybe on their part. The neighborhood meetings that we had are really private notices, but they followed the same 300-foot radius requirement.
So Larry, when did your notice go out?
You know, I
And-
did not do the notices, so I'm not exactly sure. Obviously, prior to the meeting, should they've been out earlier? I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Who would know the answer to that? Are they here or not? Okay, all right.
I mean, this first example we're looking at is dated August 1. So there
I
was
saw that.
before that, correct? Yes. In July.
Hey, Valerie. Was that Valerie or, I couldn't see. Okay, thank you, Valerie.
So, you know, I wanted to point out that this elevation was shown yesterday. I'm not sure it was shown at the first meeting, but it was shown yesterday. This is the proposed elevation that they're looking to construct, which again is the high-quality materials that you expect for an apartment complex. They did want me to mention that, again, I think I said earlier, they manage 35,000 units. They have acquired give, and they're constrained by doing whatever they need to do to the apartment complex at the directive of the ownership group. So in that particular case, they are solely the managers, not the owners. And
Who are you referring to?
the developer of capital. So remember, I said that some of the complaints that are on the internet, which again, can't satisfy 35,000 people, over 100,000 people that live in these various units. 35,000 units are units they manage, they don't own or did not develop. 10,000 units they actually own or develop, and they said they have very few complaints, and that they address everything, and that they're well capitalized. And this is going to be one of those complexes, not one of the different owned, where they only manage and are subject to the directive of the ownership group, the capital ability of the ownership group, those kinds of things. So they wanted me to distinguish between those units as opposed to the units that they actually acquire and develop themselves, like the air going to this particular case.
Larry, do they currently manage any properties in Omaha?
What is that?
Do they currently manage any other properties in Omaha?
No, they're in, they manage properties in 15 different states, and they actually own or have acquired the properties, the 10,000 units in 8 different states. So there's a distinction really between when they're solely the manager versus when they're the ownership and developer. As far as the unit mix, I should have mentioned this, of the 210 units, there's 48 one-bedroom units, constitutes about 23% of the total 210 units, and the average rent on those is $1,124 a month. There are 72 two-bedroom units, which constitutes about 34% of the 210 units. The average rent on those is $1,359 a month. And then there are 90 three-bedroom units, which constitutes about 43% of the total of the 210 units, and they go for about $1,572 a month. So when they are working towards families, I think it's kind of interesting. We've all seen enough multifamily projects. It's rare that you see 43%, for example, being three-bedroom type units. It's more the studios, the convertibles, the one-bedrooms. I mean, it's rare that you see the majority of them being the three-bedrooms, and I think that's what their target market is, to provide affordable housing for families in this particular area. And the tax credit part of this adds to the capital stack and actually allows low-income housing tax credit developers to make a much better product, because they're able to sell those tax credits to provide more capital to make the project much nicer from an architectural perspective. This project is $62 million. They have every interest in making sure that they maintain this asset and that they manage it appropriately, that they do their tenant background checks, that they make sure that the tenants that are there are good tenants, are able to pay the rents that I just talked about. And so they will have criteria in place to make sure that they're quality tenants to meet the criteria of the Affordable Housing Act. And really, I think, other than that, I'm just happy to answer any questions that you might have, but I think I addressed most of the comments. As far as the trail coming through, I think that's something that we can certainly talk about. I think the cul-de-sac, the city agrees is appropriate. That cul-de-sac is right there. This little stub goes nowhere but just between an apartment complex to the north, and then really comes into here, and no one really wants a thoroughfare coming through either that apartment complex to the north or this particular proposed project. So the cul-de-sac makes sense in this particular case. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, and I got the speakers back, I guess, so hopefully you could hear me well enough.
Thanks, Larry.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any questions for Larry? Okay, thank you. Eric.
I would just like to add, we had a,
I closed the public hearing, Sean.
just two more things. It's not contentious, actually. What it is
Luca.
that when we spoke with the folks about, with Elmington, if this project goes through,
Sean.
we would like them to have their management team be drawn from the local community, not imported from Nashville, Tennessee. Also, when we're looking at the construction crews who are working there,
Sean.
30% of the folks working
Sean, I closed
could
the
be
public
drawn
hearing.
from the
Please
community.
don't continue. Please
I
take
know.
a seat.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine.
Please
But I do
take a
take
seat.
exception that you tried to cut me off earlier. We sat back patiently where folks spoke ad infinitum, and you gave them no time calls.
You were
They
repeating
went over.
yourself,
They went
so
over 10
that's all right.
minutes.
Now, Sean, I'm gonna ask you one more time to take a seat.
I'm
so-
just letting you know.
Okay. Luca.
Yeah. Lucas.
Okay. Lucas, I'm sorry. All right, Eric.
Yeah, so I understand, frustration about too many apartments and not enough home ownership opportunities, and it's very challenging right now. We see it every month on this board. I circled like 9 or 10 different multifamily projects. There's not many for sale ownership opportunities on this agenda, so it's not only a challenge that we see in North Omaha, it's everywhere. And it's not just Omaha, it's nationwide. It's very challenging to create affordable, on any level, workforce, home ownership opportunities. So it's frustrating. I know, we're trying to work on it from a city perspective. But obviously, month after month, development after development, there is the demand and the desire to build apartment units. And it's not our role here at the city per se when we review individual projects to dictate what that is. Obviously, we review projects based on future land use map, the master plan, regulations of the zoning code, regulations of other city departments, access, public works, stormwater. We all have all these, set criteria and regulations, and, there's different uses that come in, and I'm not even talking about apartments now. It could be storage units, it could be a campground, it could be whatever that, I don't get to let my personal feelings dictate what that development should be. That's not my place. Our job here is to review the project that's brought forth, and does that comply with the regulations and the rules set forth in our code, in our in our master plan, and a project like this does. And there are a lot of apartments in this area, I know, because we said you could not develop this at a higher density of multifamily. So it is restricted to the R5 density. I understand it's the form of an apartment building, but it is built as if you could do townhomes, in the same zoning district. So it is utilizing this PUD, which locks in place the development, and besides a few landscaping provisions that will need to be addressed, there's not much that doesn't meet the code as currently accepted or currently submitted. So there's a few minor tweaks that'll have to happen before going to city council. There is a plating component because of that cul-de-sac that'll have to be worked through. So, I don't have too much else to add other than the project is compliant with the zoning code regulations that are put before us, and it is compliant with the master plan. And, I guess, I'll leave it at that. So.
I might just say too, though, this is one of the few months where we haven't seen projects from Holy Name Housing or Habitat for Humanity, which address the single-family housing issues as well.
Absolutely, yeah. There's just a short distance to the northeast. Habitat's doing a major project with for sale home ownership just on the north side of Sorensen. So you're right. Obviously, we're seeing more apartment units and rental units, but I think that's just the way things are. But you're right. We do see subdivisions throughout all portions of the city, and like you said, Habitat and Holy Name are definitely two organizations that are definitely providing home ownership opportunities. Of course, we had Happy Development. I know that's a rental product, but yeah, there are those out there that are providing that type of unit. So Ryan Haas did need to leave. I do just want to mention, he did say, Chemmer, their traffic engineer, has already reached out to scope the traffic study, which Public Works will review. So those conversations are ongoing. But unfortunately, he did need to leave. I know Larry touched on the 2 access points from Kansas and 56th Street, and then ending that current street stub on the north with the cul-de-sac. So as far as access, it's acceptable. No concerns there from Public Works or Fire Department.
Does this move on to the city council?
This does move on to city council. Larry misspoke. The administrative, it's not an administrative plat. There will have to be a platting component that comes through planning board and council because of that cul-de-sac and the right-of-way that's required for that. So this will not proceed to city council until that plat does. It'll go together.
All right.
So with that being said, staff recommends approval over rezoning from DR to R6. In the R6, it's a little misleading. It's tied down to the R5 density with the accompanied PUD. So approval of the rezoning from DR to R6, approval of the PUD subject to submittal in compliance with acceptable final plans prior to forwarding to city council.
Do we have a motion?
I move approval of rezoning from DR to R6 and approval of the PUD subject to submittal of and compliance with acceptable final PUD plans prior to forwarding the request on to city council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Pate?
Yes.
Sotolongo? Yes. Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
So I am going to vote yes, but I do want to say really quick, I think it's applicable that my colleague here mentioned, and Eric mentioned, affordable single-family home ownership opportunities that happen in this city and in North Omaha, but across the city, and being tied to 2 nonprofit organizations. I think it's very applicable to understand because there is demand and a need for affordable, low-income and workforce home ownership opportunities. I couldn't agree with you more fully there. I think if a developer could find a way for that to be feasible, to make that work, there would be more projects like that. But the reason why nonprofits take those on is because they have access to processes, subsidies, and other tools to make that a viable path forward. The reason why for-profit developers is because these are people. These aren't agencies and organizations whose bottom lines are the agencies, they're theirs. These are developers. And so I agree, there should be more opportunity for affordable, mixed income, workforce housing for people to buy homes in neighborhoods just like this. However, that's why we rely so heavily on our nonprofit partners to do that, but this is a for-profit development, and so I just wanted to provide that context. I think it's very pertinent that you mentioned these 2 nonprofit organizations. This is not a nonprofit project. It is very difficult to build a home ownership project for a for-profit developer. So, Kathy, my vote is yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Okay, agenda, last one here. Agenda item number 21, case C7-24-212, C10-24-213, C11-24-214. Applicant Lockwood Development requests rezoning from GI and GC to CC with approval of a PUR, Plan Unit Redevelopment Overlay District, along with approval of a conditional use permit to allow multiple family residential in the CC district and expansion of the ACI overlay for a portion of the site. Location southwest of 72nd and Farnham Streets. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Hello, my name is Brett West. I'm West Development. This probably should have been under that. It's not a Lockwood Development project. They're partners, but I'm leading the charge here. Been involved in a lot of multifamily here in town, including the Swivel, which is right next door. Was in front of you at the 27th and Leavenworth project. So looking forward to another project that I think is serving a property that was headed down a road that maybe wasn't as dense as we all would have liked. So this is the Jimmy John's is sitting on this corner right now. The site has been demolished of all the rest of it. I was really attracted to this site given the library investment. And this project and the proximity to the library and then the swivel on the other side is certainly serving a corridor that's underserved in this case for folks that want to live in that area. It's great for Exarban, a lot of UNO students, children's, and the hospital investment along that corridor has just taken off, and being a part of the Clove as well in that area, Center Line. So we've seen the need for this product. So I didn't say my address, did I? 5505 North 290th. You guys are getting tired too. 5505 North 290th Circle in Valley, Nebraska. So this, a total of 176 units. This is more for your folks who are working in this area or going to school. So more student and young professional based, 24 two-bedroom units, some lofted units in there, 96 one-bedrooms, 56 studios. We have a clubhouse on the first floor, which would be in this area. We're actually going to move Jimmy John's, so no worries. Your sandwiches, you can still get them. We're going to do a drive-through and then a Jimmy John's here in this corner, and then also add a pizza concept in that area as well. Kind of on the first floor, that's kind of the amenities that you need for the young professional. That's all my kids need, and Jimmy John's and pizza. So, yeah.
Which way are we?
You're looking basically at the corner of 72nd going this way and Farnham going this way. Yep.
So to the left is south.
So south would be down, north up. So this is, yes. So the Jimmy John's is going to be right in here. So there's a drive-through through the building and around the back. So Jimmy John's will still be available for everybody. So I don't want any opposition because I got rid of Jimmy John's. It'll come back. We are doing 97 structured stalls. So in the building, in the main part of the building, there will kind of be 1.5 stories of parking. And then we have 110 surface stalls out in front. So that is the current plan. I'm open to any questions. I'll keep it short and sweet.
Okay. Thank you, Brett.
You bet.
Any other proponents?
Me again. Lucas Thode, 3727 North 108th Street. Very good site choice for apartments. You've got a lot of jobs nearby. You also have the Orbit and the 18, which is also pretty much a frequent route, basically right next door. So you've got the transit to get to a lot of places. That said, it does bring a few questions. It almost makes you wonder, why not TOD2MX for this? Maybe it has to do with Jimmy John's needing that drive-through?
That's exactly why. Good job, Lucas.
And the L shape doesn't do a great job of fronting the street. I'm not sure if this would be possible given the PUR and like parking study and what have you, but one option kind of to salvage the existing site plan, I think, would be to cut some of the parking out and make it like a plaza space for the apartment residents. It's sort of a forecourt approach. That's something that's a very classic apartment design feature. You'll see an L-shaped building with the forecourt on the corner. Just throwing a few ideas out there. It might help make this project a better one.
Thanks, Lucas.
Thank you. Any other proponents? They're not here for this. Okay. Are there any opponents? Seeing none, close public hearing. Additional comments, questions from the board? Eric.
Yeah, so do you want to?
Nope, I'm
okay.
open for questions.
Nope, I just have, there's a few items to address before proceeding to city council, a few of the building materials, a little bit more of the primary material, just some details on the screen walls. So I know Lucas had mentioned TOD to MX, and yes, drive-throughs are not allowed in the TOD. We don't force rezonings to TOD, but we also do review the PURs with the TOD concepts in mind. So most of that is incorporated into the design as much as feasible. So I don't have much to add. So staff recommends approval of the rezoning from GI and GC to CC, approval of the expansion of the ACI overlay for a portion of the site, approval of the PUR overlay district, subject to submittal of final plans prior to city council, and approval of the conditional use permit to allow multifamily residential in the CC district, subject to the 7 conditions in the report.
If you all don't mind, I'm going to ask if Sydney would like to offer the... I'm sorry, Sydney, you don't have to.
I will make a motion to approve the rezoning from GI and GC to CC, approval of the expansion of the ACI overlay for a portion of the site, approval of the PUR overlay, subject to the submittal of an acceptable PUR plan prior to forwarding to City Council, and approval of a conditional use permit to allow multiple family residential in the CC district, subject to the following 7 conditions. Thank you, Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris? Pate?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Do we have a motion? What? Oh, do we have a motion for, let's see, August pre-meeting and public meeting minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve August pre-meeting and meeting minutes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore? Morris? Pate?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Sydney, would you like to make the motion?
I would. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris? Pate?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
All right.
Approved
Guys,
7-0.
let's take a selfie quick.
Okay.